I know. They don't. We're gonna try and see this. Actually, just we met with yesterday. Some of the stuff I came out see a lot of sauce and if they're interested, I would take it. Exactly. So we're gonna talk this about another call with them next week. Along with another that's still there. Yeah, I guess so. Stories. Once we have all that, I can just send them and say, yeah. Yeah. That way, it's kind of like it was where they're as far as the workplace entity occurred. I'll keep you posted. Fingers crossed. You're fully staffed out. Good. Thanks, guys. Morning, Mr. Ryder. Morning, sir.
Where you turn it into comment, and I understand not. It's like style. So.
Spend no additional time.
Never.
No, because I thought I was a single, no, that's what. Yeah, so. So. Oh, so you're saying that there's a scenario, you do the console and then sentence or the else, and then the whole.
Are those things?
But you're still reading that general tax on that. Then it's. Okay, cool. That's okay. Otherwise, we're gonna. You guys can do that.
Okay, good morning and welcome back to docket number 230832. We are here today for late filed exhibit hearings in this matter. I have an agenda in front of us today. I will take any administrative matters before we begin, if there are any.
None of which I'm aware, Chairman.
Thank you. Any from the parties or interveners? Very good. Then we'll ask Attorney Dichter to approach, as I believe you are going to be first up with cross-examination for the operational efficiencies panel. While he is approaching, Attorney Bogan, if we could have remind the witnesses that they remain under oath and just adopt any late filed materials, please.
Very good. Starting with Mr. Patla, good morning. Mr. Patla, did you have occasion to oversee the preparation or prepare yourself the responses to certain late file exhibits in this proceeding?
I did.
And Ms. Gabrilovic, did you similarly prepare certain responses or oversee the preparation of responses?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Peeling
Yes, I did.
and Mr. Dixon?
I did.
And again, beginning with Mr. Patla, do you have any changes, corrections, additions to make to any of those responses?
No, I do not.
Gabrilovic,
I do not.
Mr. Peeling,
I do not.
Mr. Dixon?
No.
And Mr. Dixon, is the information true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Mr. Peeling,
Yes, it is.
Ms. Gabrilovic,
Yes, it is.
Mr. Patla?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt that as your testimony in this proceeding, Mr. Patla?
I do.
Ms. Gabrilovic,
I do.
Mr. Peeling,
I do.
and Mr. Dixon?
I do.
The panel is available.
Thank you, sir. Very efficient. Let us begin with cross-examination by Attorney Dichter, please.
There it is. Am I on now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
turn
great.
it around, Joel. It'll spin around the little thing on the bottom. So you can see the light.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Good to see you all again.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have some questions related to late file exhibit 10 and also related to, so associatedly to the water treatment plant at Heritage Village for the manganese plant and any interrelation between the two. Starting with LFE 10, that is results of PFAS related testing at Heritage Village Wells. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't think your mic is on.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, that
Okay.
is correct.
And could you tell me which wells were found to have an issue related to PFAS?
I can tell you which wells were present for PFAS, and that's well 1A, 2A, 3, and 5A. Well 4 was less than 1, which is lower than basically non-detect.
Okay. And are any of these above the threshold for PFAS requiring remediation? I know we're still waiting for federal standards to come out, but assuming that they're at some level we expect them to be, are any of the wells above that level?
Yes, well 2A is above that level, which is 4 parts per trillion. That's the proposed new regulations.
And the company also measured the PFAS at the point where it connects into this distribution system as a whole from all the wells. Is there an interconnection point for that?
Yes, that is correct. That's the entry point.
And at the entry point, it's above or below the 4 parts.
It is below.
So the main concern here, as we sit here today, is well 2A.
That is correct.
And well 2A is also where there's an issue with the manganese and iron levels from the drinking water out of that well, correct?
That is correct.
And it's my understanding that that well is, the take from that well has been reduced over the last several years due to the manganese condition.
That well is utilized mainly during the higher demand period in the summer. Regardless of when it's utilized, it is always blended with the other wells, and it's utilized as little as possible related to the water quality issues with that well.
Now, the company has recently started construction on a water treatment plant to deal with the manganese levels at that specific well number 2A. Is that correct?
It hasn't officially started yet, but there was a pre-construction meeting and it is set to start. That is correct.
And a contract has been awarded to a company to undertake the work.
That is correct.
Now, it's my understanding is that the technology that's going to be used to remove the manganese is called green sand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does green sand also effective in removing PFAS?
It is not.
Okay. The most common technology for removing PFAS, my understanding, is granulated active carbon. Is that correct?
That is one means, yes, that is correct.
Does that technology remove manganese and iron?
It's,
Yeah, it can be effective for given water quality. In this case, green sand is the most effective treatment approach for iron and manganese removal.
I'm raising this because, so if you build this water treatment plant for the manganese that's started and needed, you're going to have to then do something else to address the PFAS at well number 2A. Correct?
That's potentially correct, depending on what the final regulation looks like and how it's enforced.
And how would that be accomplished? I know you still have to have design and review, but generally speaking, you sit here today based on your experience in the industry. How would that be handled?
It would likely be a additional treatment train, either in a separate facility or added to what we construct as part of the manganese treatment.
but if I could just add, but currently, the way the entry point into the system, those results, what we have shown in LFE 10, the results are 2.1 and 2.2 for PFOA and PFOS respectively. And those proposed limits are 4. So we are still well below the limits as proposed.
Here's my concern. This plant was originally predicted by the company for the manganese treatment plant would be a $2 million thing. That was in the merger case. Then it went to 4.6 million in a Hazen study. And now I see it at 8 million in this case. If we build this plant and it's effective, will you still be able to use the well or not until you address the PFAS part component?
Yes, we will be able to utilize the well, and we will utilize it the way we've been utilizing it, and we will monitor at the entry point and to ensure that we meet the limits. And again, we're able to meet that low proposed limit of 4 parts per trillion, that, if it is adopted, we are still able to meet that utilizing well 2 as needed.
My understanding is well 2A is very important to meeting the needs of Heritage Village at peak times and whatnot. When you say that it would be used in the same fashion, so you're basically saying we're going to build this plant, but still have limited use of 2A at that, except in times of high need?
I think when we realized that there was the PFAS at well 2A, we were generally speaking operating the system the same way we are today. So it, although the PFAS is present there, again, the wells are blended, and when we look at what's coming to the actual distribution system, it is well below the lowest limit that is currently proposed.
But after the plant is, let's assume for a second, the manganese treatment plant is in service, finished and in service, but PFAS is yet to be addressed. Will you be able to use well 2A at a higher level than you're using now?
We will continue to use it the same as we're using it now, where we are able to meet demands, and we're also able to utilize it at, a little less, as, considering the PFAS concerns.
We will use well 2 to meet demands as we do today. Every drop of water that exits that treatment plant will be in compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act and any provisions put forth by the EPA or the State Department of Health around PFAS. Some techniques that may be allowed as part of the PFAS rule includes blending. If we can blend it in a mass balanced form that allows us to reduce the entry point concentration, then that's what we will do as a least cost alternative. If it does not allow blending, then we will add a subsequent train of treatment to address that entry point level. Every drop of water that enters that system will be compliant.
I don't doubt that. I think my question is, what would it take so that well 2A can be used to the fullness of its capacity at all times as opposed to just at peak times?
It can be used today under a blending scenario at its full capacity. We don't use it as a blending. It is the last well used in a lead lag mode for use because of the concentrations of iron, manganese, and consequently PFAS at this point.
Does it make sense? And I don't have an opinion on this question, I'm asking you, is you're going to spend $8 million on a manganese plant and then have to spend another millions on PFAS. Does it make sense to combine those projects rather than treat them separately?
We do not have the rule in hand at this point and what will be allowed to meet those compliances. It may make sense to do something now. Provisions will be made for us to add on a treatment train. We cannot use the proposed treatment train, in our case, green sand, as you mentioned, or even changing that media to GAC, granular activated carbon, at this point, because we need to treat the iron and manganese as efficiently as possible. The addition of PFAS to that will reduce the efficacy of the media in its treatment, in its primary treatment. capacity. If we need to add additional, then we will. And I will say that the Heritage customer today is in a much better position being a Connecticut Water Company customer than they ever were as a Heritage Village Water Company customer.
Would you know what the final awarded cost was of the treatment plant? I think in your testimony, you estimated $8 million. Do you know what that final figure is now that the contract's been awarded?
I don't have that handy. I'm checking to see if I can find that.
Want to provide it at a break? That would be fine.
Okay, we can do that.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll stylize that as a read-in.
You? I think it's you.
You, okay, thank you. Okay,
You.
okay, thank you. So the final awarded cost of treatment plant. Okay, thank you. We are going to continue with some cross from authority staff, please.
Good morning. Jim Boccolina with Authority Staff. I had a few questions on the lead service line replacement program. Late file exhibit 5, please. This mentions the table represents 100% of the company service lines. So to clarify, this is 100% of the company and customer service lines. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the relevant items here for what we're talking about, lead service line replacement, those be the categories of unknown, may contain lead, and are galvanized and unknown.
That is correct.
On this, why is there a differentiation between unknown, may contain lead, and simply unknown? What's the driving factor for that differentiation?
So the unknown that may contain lead or does not contain lead, generally speaking, is if we have a year of construction.
Mhm.
And so it's a 1986 cutoff. So if the line was constructed prior to 1986, it may contain lead. If it's after 1986, that's the cutoff date for it. Lead would not be used, have been used.
Okay, so thank you. Although you have to eventually care for all the unknowns.
That is
Would you
correct.
Focus primarily, firstly, on the unknown may contain lead and galvanized. Is that rather as opposed to the unknown? You'd focus on that category first. Sorry.
That is the category of most concern. We're looking at all of these unknowns and trying to narrow those down during this period of time until October 16th, 2024, when our inventory is due to be submitted to this, to the DPH. So we're trying to identify as many of these unknowns as we possibly can.
Okay, I think you answered that, but the unknown does not contain lead or galvanized is known because of year of construction, 1986 and after. That's how you categorize that as
That is correct.
definitely not lead or galvanized.
Correct.
Okay, late file exhibit 6. This will go back to late file 5 and some of the numbers on there. So the service line material inventory submittal is October 2024. Is that the same summary essentially shown on late file 5 here updated for anything that you determine between now and then?
That is correct.
Okay.
There is an additional, the Department of Public Health has a template that, so they do request some additional information, but generally speaking, that is the bulk of it there.
And the company's estimating that 2% of all unknowns will be lead and or galvanized. So going back to the numbers that we looked at before, it looks like, well, there are 30,000, going back to late file 5 on the company side. And if you take, unknown may contain lead or galvanized, and the unknown, that's 64,000. Is that the population we're talking about?
So you're looking at the company side and the customer side, is that correct?
Yes, 30,000 on the company side
That is correct.
and approximately 64,000 on the customer owned.
Correct.
Okay,
At this point, yes.
okay. So simple math that would work out to be 600 company replacements if the 2% estimate is correct, and approximately 1,300 customer replacements. Sound fair?
Yes,
Okay.
generally speaking.
And the company anticipates replacing 300 plus lead service lines annually. Now, that's mentioned on late file 6. Those are both company and customer replacements, or just company? The 300 that you referenced there.
Give me just a second, please. So at this point, not having a full understanding of how the customer side is going to work, that is including both the utility side and the customer side.
Okay, thank you. So we take the 18, so if I add the 600 company and the 1280, approximately 1900, divide by 300 a year, it looks like the company has a plan of a 6-year plan of replacing all these lead service lines. But
I would maybe color this a little differently. We have, that 2% is really a guideline, Mr. Aquilina. We're in the process now of a stepwise approach of establishing what this inventory actually is. And then once we have a number come October of 2024, then we will better be able to establish next the determination through excavation of refining that number. We have a 10-year time period per the lead and copper rule improvement, the LCRI, where we will begin to refine that the actual number of lead service lines versus known and unknown. And concurrently with that, we will also initiate the replacement program of what we have in inventory as known. Now, there's a 10-year time period beginning in 2027 when we will have to have the complete inventory known and replaced.
I'm sorry, when was that again? I thought you mentioned 2027. Is that?
Beginning in 2027 and it'll be a 10-year period from there. I have those dates, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that is part of the new lead and copper rule improvements that was just just rolled out in November of 2023.
Okay, so I think, you believe you mentioned the lead and copper rule.
A little
improvements
confusing.
is stretched out for 3 years. And then from that 3-year period, you have 10 years after that. So we're looking at 2037. Okay.
Yes.
That is correct. So our plan is we're looking at, we're looking at a 10-year period, but we're not looking to wait until 2027 to start. We're utilizing 2024 to identify as many unknowns as we possibly can non-invasively. And then we're taking that next step to plan, based on what the determination is on what we need to continue to identify and replace. We have that currently spread out to a 10-year period, really from 2025. So that allows a little bit of a buffer in there if needed.
Okay. And non-invasively, that's through meter replacement, self-reporting,
Correct.
that nature.
Our Wake Up program, Cross Connections program. Anytime our service representatives touch a customer, they are looking for the service line material and ensuring that those become knowns.
Okay.
And one other item to mention, a customer survey where we've worked on a customer survey to roll that out to also get customers involved and see where they can identify the service lines themselves to help assist with that.
In terms of excavations, could you characterize this as how preliminary, thank you, is the plan here? Is it at really the early stages?
Yes, it is definitely in the early stages, and we're really, we're hoping that we can, whittle these unknowns down significantly. Our goal is to minimize the number of holes that we need to dig, and taking a little bit of extra time here, before that inventory is due, and to have a better understanding on the guidance around these rules as they move forward is, we think it's really important to have good guidance. With the lead and copper rule revisions and now the lead and copper rule improvements, we just want to make sure that EPA, the Connecticut Department of Public Health, everyone is on the same page and we all have the same guidance as we move forward.
Okay.
There remains somewhat of a moving target as the LCRI comes to final addition. So there's 2 phases of excavation here, Mr. Vicalina. The first phase is once we've exhausted all methodologies of determining what the materials are without excavating, then we'll have a group of services that remain unknown. Those we'll need to conduct an excavation on just to determine what the materials are. From that inventory, we will then have to establish a schedule for service line replacements. So that would be this phase 2 of what would be a 2-part excavation for each known service line.
So there are several factors here in determining what the company is actually going to have to excavate.
That is
And
correct.
there's some time to be determined here, so it could, I know you've mentioned 4,700 excavations a year. But with some of the non-invasive things you're talking about, that number could not need to be quite as high.
Absolutely. And that, as I mentioned, that's our main goal. We're trying to do the best we can to plan and to schedule and to budget as we move forward, trying to keep in mind that it is still, as Mr. Patla mentioned, a little bit of a moving target.
Okay, thank you. Ultimately, the company estimates $5 million per year for the LSLR program. And that encompasses both the company and the customer.
That is correct.
And again, I think we've covered this previously with deferral, any deferral here would be for customer side service lines, as the company side service lines are part of the regular capital program and would go into rates in a subsequent rate case. Correct? There's no deferral for company side service.
That's correct, yeah.
Couple more questions. Statement here, the company conservatively estimate or anticipates the possibility of utilities having some level of responsibility for replacing customer service lines. What is that based on, the anticipation of utility responsibility for customer service lines?
Really, a couple things, just talk in the industry through, through the organizations that we're involved with, the complications for trying, forcing customers to address their side of the service line. So we're just anticipating and kind of looking at a worst case scenario where the utility would have some involvement.
Any amount that the company will spend and seek deferral of on customer side excavation and replacement. There's another factor here too, and I guess that's grants and loan forgiveness that ultimately will come to fruition. There's some level, but that's another unknown at this time.
That's correct.
I guess the known is that there'll be some portion, but you don't know how much.
That is correct.
Okay. Final area, is the company developing a contract with customers or items such as warranties, unusual site conditions, or indemnification?
Are you?
Anticipation of needing to go in and replace customer service lines?
Their property. We have, so as part of the lead service pilot program that we conducted, we had an agreement with customers that allowed us onto the property and allowed us to replace the service line there. So that was kind of our test case in terms of being able to be allowed on customers' property. We will be reviewing that, taking any lessons learned, adding any additional language that we would need to add as we move into the next phase of that. And we'll work with our consultant, Hazen, on that, and just make sure that we have a strong agreement in place that, lays out the conditions for both the customers and the utility should we have to replace their service line.
Okay. And when do you, I know there's a lot of, there are unknowns here, and when do you anticipate something that's form of agreement would take place? I think within a year, well, 2027, trying to remember my dates and get them straight in my head here, but probably within the next year, you're going to want to have a firm customer contract in place before you start addressing any of these, potentially having to address the customer side.
So we would need to have, and when you talk about a contract with a customer, I just want to make sure that I understand, you're talking about a contract allowing us onto their property should we need to dig on their property. Is that correct?
Sure. This really goes back to some of the work we did with Aquarian and their lead service line replacement program. And some of the main items that we talked about there were, coming across unusual site conditions, adding to the cost, things of that nature. Let's see here. I know the indemnification, where's the other? Oh, and there was a certain warranty that that contractors were providing to customers.
Okay. So what I can say is that we have, when we conducted the pilot, when we had a customer that wanted, agreed to be part of the pilot program and we were replacing that lead service line, we had estimates, we had a contractor go out and actually give an estimate, look at the site conditions. So we worked individually with the customers to ensure that all of those conditions were addressed upfront. So while, there's always something, you can't see what's in the ground. We did everything we could to address that ahead of time with the customers by having a contractor along with one of our staff go out and meet with the customers and discuss the whole project prior to putting a shovel in the ground.
Anything that would limit the company's level of liability for going on to a customer's property to install service lines? Or is that something that you're, again, going to be developing as you move along here?
We would need some form of temporary construction easement that would allow us access to the private property. Now, when I say some form, that can come in many different ways. There can be easements themselves that would need to be individually signed off and assigned per property. It can come in the form of ordinance. If the town, if we have a large area in a given town, we could seek a town ordinance that allows entry upon the private property. But any of those provisions would need to have the necessary hold harmless provisions within that to protect the company against any liabilities.
All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from staff?
Okay, that's all the cross that Pura staff had for the operational efficiency.
Great.
Lead service line, so, yeah.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel. A few questions. Okay.
Chairman Gillette, I do believe that Mr. Peeling may have the information from reading.
The read-in, very good. Mr. Peeling, read-in you.
The awarded bid price for the Heritage Village Water Treatment Plant was $6,250,837. $6,250,837.
Thank you.
Morning, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. We only reserved the right for this panel, but a lot of our questions that we were expecting to ask the plant panel are actually more appropriate for this panel. So the good news is this means we'll have less questions for the next panel. But we have some to start with from Mr. Sobolewski.
Good morning, Richard Sobolewski for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I have questions on late file exhibit 8, which is on trucked water. Okay, the response to late file exhibit 8 shows the trucked water deliveries for November and December 2023. Based on the exhibit, the only deliveries in those months were 6 to Pilgrim Hills and 12 to Baker Hill. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
If I look back to RRU 122, which is scheduled showing the deliveries in 2021, 2022, and 2023. And I add in for 2023, those deliveries in November, the 6 and 12. Using the numbers that you have for calculating the cost, is that a fair representation of what the cost would be for those last 2 months?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, so based on adding those deliveries, I come up with a calculation of $12,593 for 2023. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, it does.
Okay, in regards to the trucked in water, my understanding is that in the application, you have the 2022 level. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
What's reflected in the application is based on the 2020 level, is that correct?
Um, so I believe what's in there is 2021, 2022, and 2023. I guess I'm not sure exactly what your question
What's
is.
reflected in your rate request
Oh,
is based on
oh,
the test year 2022?
It is, but this, if I look at the note at the bottom of RRU 122, the cost is basically an internal labor cost. So it's not like there's a row that says truck labor. This is just internal man hours is the cost associated.
Okay, so if you, if cost didn't go to truck water, it went to some other O&M account or capital account or something else.
Correct. It's using it's our existing internal labor force to do it.
There's no trucking of water from outside firms?
no, there's not.
Several of these are what I'd call old systems from the Eastern Connecticut Regional Water. Is that fair assessment?
That's correct.
With the decrease that happened in 2023, do you see that as a continuing trend? Where you've made improvements to some of those systems? Is that why we see less sales?
I would say it's a combination of things. Part of that decrease in 23 was related to the wet year. Lots of rain throughout the summer and throughout the year, third wettest year on record. And a lot of the trucked water for systems, and I'll use an example, Spice Hill, for example, where drier summers result in some of the wells actually lowering their yield out of those wells. So that requires us to make up that yield through trucked water. So that's a big part of it. But as well, improvements that we've made in those systems have as well addressed some of the trucking needs. I'll use Soundview as an example there.
And also for those small systems, trucked water is used for flushing at times as well.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm gonna start with LFE 5. Mr. Vaculina covered many of my questions as he always does. So I just have a couple of follow-ups on the lead service line. Just the numbers in that exhibit, do those represent the number of lines, not length, or is that the
That's correct. The number of service lines themselves.
okay? Thank you. And late file 6, there's that estimate there's the estimate that the program will be $5 million annually, and it'll start in 2025. But I just wanted to confirm, since the company's seeking plant as of the end of 2024, that means none of that 5 million is in this revenue requirement.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as discussed earlier, that the plan right now is that program would cover both customer and company side lines. I was just curious if there's an expected allocation, if the 5 million would in rates would cover both of those expenses then?
Yes, yes, it would.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm a little confused because I think the customer side, the plan was to defer.
Right.
Is that
So of the 5 million, the only piece that would go into plant and service would be the company side. The customer side would go into the deferred asset treatment. I don't know what the split of the 5
Okay.
million is.
That's what I was going to ask, is that if there's is there an expectation that there'll be some allocation maybe based on what the inventory split looks like?
Yes, that's correct. I think right now, if we look at the inventory and we look at the number of unknowns on the utility side versus the customer side, I would say the customer side would be, twice as much as the utility side. So maybe a third on utility and 2/3 on customer, just based on that at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple of questions about late files 28 and 30. I think this is the right panel to ask. It's about PFAS. So late file 28, the request was for all projects within the requested revenue requirement associated with PFAS expenditures. And there are those 3 projects there. But then I also noticed in LFE 30, seems to indicate that there's that third from the bottom $850,000 line item that's labeled PFAS treatment design. Just curious, if there's a reason that wasn't included in LFE 28.
I think that was just perhaps a misinterpretation of the request in LFE 28, that was for the actual facilities that were included in the 2024 plan. So those 3 projects represent finished completed facilities. That 800,000 in LFE 30 is designed for future projects.
Okay. Between those 3 projects in LFE 28 and the design project in LFE 30, is that the total number of PFAS related capital plant that's in the revenue requirement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I was, for the 3 projects in 28, LFE 28, are those to treat PFAS to adhere to the current DPH standards, or is any part of that, is any part of those projects expected to meet the yet to be released federal standards?
Yes, all those projects would be expected to meet the future federal standards. And especially those 2 small systems. In practice, the treatment should be effective to a non-detect level.
Okay. Because the company, as we discussed a little bit, I think earlier, the company is currently treating PFAS at some locations to adhere to DPH standards, right?
There's 1 location, correct?
Okay. And is it just that there's no plant associated with that treatment? Is that why that's not in this?
Yes, my understanding is that was an operation and maintenance expense as those vessels were changed out, so there's no plant associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's important to note as well that the DPH standard right now, the Connecticut DPH standard, is an action level. It is not a maximum contaminant level. The anticipated maximum contaminant level is what will be coming from the EPA was due in December of 23, but is late but anticipated.
Yeah, and understood. And that everyone expects that level to be significantly lower a significantly lower allowance of PFAS than the current DPH action level, correct?
Correct.
Yes, but these 3 projects are representative of the action resulting in an exceedance of the action level. So it is in response to a number that's published today by Connecticut Department of Health.
Okay, so these 3 projects right now already exceed the action level for Connecticut DPH?
No, I don't think that's correct. I think right now these exceed the projected, well, I guess with the exception of Avon Well 3. So Avon Well 3, we're over the action level. That source is inactive. As a result, it's a key operational source. So it's been prioritized for treatment. So it would be available both under the current action level, but also the projected future federal level. The 2 small systems are under the action level, but over the projected federal level. Those projects are relatively straightforward to address. So they've been prioritized in 2024 with the expectation we could move quickly on those to meet what we're expecting would be the federal requirements.
Okay, thank you. Moving back to LFE 33. Just wanted to understand the PFAS treatment, design treatment, like that line item again. And what, there was some testimony during the hearing about the PFAS master plan. I just wanted to, is there a relationship between that design treatment and the master plan? Is that design treatment connected to the PFAS master plan somehow?
Not specifically connected, but the reason it's identified in a vague description like that is to provide some flexibility to address what comes out of a combination of the results of that master plan, but also what the regulatory requirement actually looks like, any additional sampling gathered in the meantime. We can use all those factors together to set priorities and then identify the specific sites that would be designed for 2024.
Okay, that was gonna be my next and last question, was whether particular facilities have been identified for that in that design plan yet, but it sounds like since this is entering service the end of 2024, the idea is that that will have been established by that time?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but as of yet, there haven't been particular.
We have a number of candidate projects, but we are holding off identifying those until we have that more complete picture.
Okay. Thank you. We have one more from Mr. Sobolewski.
Sorry, I have some follow-up on lead service line. Maybe it's not even follow-up, it's just some questions I have. In regards to your identifying lead service lines on the customer side, is there any evidence to show that some of these could be in multifamily or landlord-owned facilities?
Don't know exactly how many off the top of my head, but this covers everything. So yes, I would assume that there is a portion that are multifamily.
This is sort of in line with some of Mr. Vakalina's questions. If you're replacing the customer side, currently that's not your responsibility, under the department's rules and regs. Does that become your responsibility after you change the service line? Do you retain ownership and the responsibility to maintain it?
No, and I think that is part of that agreement that we have up front. Should we replace a customer's line, we clarify that all through the agreement, have customers sign the agreement. So there's the understanding of what is, the work that we're doing and then the responsibilities and the liabilities.
And that's like a one-shot deal. You're not going to be replacing multiple service lines for a customer.
They should only have one, we hope.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. That's all the OCC has for this panel.
Thank you. Attorney Wright.
One follow-up question, very briefly.
Please.
Thank you. With respect to the customer service lines that Mr. Sobolewski was just referencing, they would remain the property and responsibility of the landowner. How would the company recover the costs associated with those service lines that were replaced?
That's the instance where we'd be seeking the cost deferral. We can't treat those as regular utility plant and service. So that's where we would create a regulatory asset as opposed to utility plant and service. So we'd recover it by effectively amortizing that regulatory asset into rates over time.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's my only question.
Thank you. Attorney Anoiji. Thank you. Attorney White or Wyman. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Karen. No questions? Okay, I just have a couple, please. Mr. Peeling, I have some questions on late file exhibit 11 and 12. And again, my apologies if I should be asking these on the O&M panel. I get a little turned around here. But first up on late file exhibit 11, please. Okay, on the GIS information frequency that can be provided, I really appreciate this response. I think my question is, the company notes in your response that you could provide it on an annual basis. I'm just curious if there is a specific time of year in which those annual notices would be better than others. Like, is there a specific time of the year at which you update the GIS information that we should tie it to, or is this?
The GIS information is continuously updated. It's always available upon request. We were suggesting we could enhance the awareness of that availability with an annual notice, and that can be any time of the year. Probably we would try and select that with another time where we're making outreach to the community.
That's great. That was going to be my question. Is there like, I think the electric utilities have to provide something by January 31st each year, notifying the town of when they're going to be in the community, doing vegetation management, for example. Is there anything that comes to mind? And I could ask Ms. Williams if this is a better question for her, like a time of year that you would.
We annually reach out to all of our municipalities with updates on their fire protection billing, and that's in the January timeframe of every year. So that could be coupled right there with that, with the availability of any of these GIS layers.
Great. So a Q1 annual update.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see embedded in late file exhibit 11 an estimate of any additional costs for doing so. Do you anticipate?
We wouldn't consider that any additional cost.
Thank you. Moving to late file exhibit 12. Again, really appreciate the company's thorough response to this late file exhibit about potential operational efficiency metrics. My question, I noticed in most, if not all, of the metrics listed, that they would require some additional thought on methodology to use for these metrics. Wondering if you've taken the next step of thinking through what the process for developing that methodology would be. I mean, I have some thoughts, but interested in yours.
I think we're still in a preliminary stage, partnering with experienced consultants in how to quantify energy savings, for example, is something we've investigated. We feel like as we've looked into these specific criteria, a methodology that's both broad enough to cover a wide range of projects, but still be meaningful in the assumptions that applied is a challenge, which is why we've said some more work is required on all of these, because I think we're going to have to develop some test methodologies, give that a try, see what the results show, if we're comfortable that's reflecting efficiencies correctly, or if we need to make adjustments to that, or if some of these criteria just don't turn out to be practical to track and measure and use for prioritization. So I think we have some internal and partnering work to do to really arrive at an answer on that.
Thank you. Do you envision or conversely object to stakeholders participating in the development of the methodology, or if not the development, the feedback loop on that? So stakeholders like OCC, DEEP, others who may have experience in the conservation and load management overlap.
We would welcome input from anyone who has experience.
Thank you. And it says, the last line of the lay file says that you'll continue to develop and incorporate operational efficiency measures in 2024 and beyond. Any thoughts on how you would incorporate the metrics into your operations and planning?
The initial thought is that we've been in the process of evolving our project prioritization method. we talked during the evidentiary hearing about risk as a measure, a way to quantify the benefits of a project across project types. We want to use that information, condition assessment information, but then operational efficiency measures, sustainability measures, other DEI. There could be several additional benefits associated with a project that may not be represented with a simple condition assessment or our former methodology. I think we'd like to develop a way to quantify and weight these factors, but again, this is all new. There's benefit to all of these things being part of the evaluation. Right now, it's subjective, and I think we want to move towards something a little more defined and consistent. So that last statement is reflecting the fact we recognize there's value here. We don't know quite what it looks like. We need to put some time into that with these other factors and start to improve that model.
Thank you. And does the company currently, and I apologize if this is more Ms. Williams' question, but does the company currently display any kind of scorecards publicly in a way where these metrics would fit into it? So like maybe you display a customer complaint scorecard, or maybe you display a number of water main breaks, or any kind of public facing data that you disclose about the operations of your system?
I guess I'm not sure compared to what we currently show customers, compared to what some of these specific measurement criteria are, if those match up right now cleanly. A lot of these are elements of capital projects that have operational efficiency benefit. So there would need to be some public-facing description of capital projects where we could reflect that benefit. And I don't think, well, we have WICA projects posted. I'm thinking out loud here a little bit, but I don't know if we have the right vehicle to show some of these types of metrics at this point.
We do have our annual sustainability report that does incorporate some of these measures as they relate to carbon footprint, operational efficiencies to a degree. But as Mr. Peeling suggests, maturity, we're in the infancy stages of this development. And I would re-ask this question when Ms. Williams is here too, as she's one of the key contributors to that sustainability report.
Thank you. And maybe last question on this lay file exhibit. Has the company put in any thought into what would be needed to develop a work plan that's inclusive of a timeline of implementation and a budget to kind of take what you put into late file exhibit 12 and take it to the next step?
I don't think we have enough specifics for a scope that's well enough defined to set a budget or schedule to, so it would be supposition at this point.
I'm sorry, I'm asking for the interim step of like, do you know how long it might take you to develop a work plan that's specific enough to come up with a budget? 3 months, 6 months?
I'm not sure I can give you a good answer on the spot.
Okay.
It depends on what we are looking for as the outcome of that work plan.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm not more specific.
No. But maybe if I could say this another way, if you were provided specifics about what the output of that plan needs to look like, and the level of specificity we would be looking for with a budget, you could react to whether the timeline is appropriate for how long it would take to develop that work plan.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up on the on the lead service line. Between the regular hearings and the discussion we've had so far this morning, though, I think the last area that I'm not sure I have my head wrapped around is the actual offers that were made to low income or financial hardship customers. Not, I think I understood there to be 6 like takers, but did you make offers to more than the 6?
Thank you for asking that. So for, sorry, it keeps shutting off.
I know.
For the low income, we did, so when we were looking at the potential list of, or the list of potential lead service lines, we did look at those low income customers. So there were 2 that were identified as potentially having lead service that were involved in a financial assistance program. Of the 2, one of those services was confirmed to not be lead. And the second one, there were multiple attempts made to contact the customer with no response.
Okay, so said another way, 7 to 8 offers, but only 6 takers.
Overall with the entire program or just the financial assistance program?
Oh, I guess going back to the merger and
Okay.
since the merger, any in the world of the lead service lines, there are 6 takers in the low income bucket. Or is that right?
I'll give you the numbers.
Okay.
So there were a total of 81 customers solicited.
81 customers, not 81 low income customers,
Correct.
81
81
customers.
customers total, and this, of the 81, there were 2 that were involved in financial assistance programs. And then during the program, the lead service line pilot, there was an additional customer who was approved for financial assistance. So that customer, we did replace the customer-owned portion of the service line at no cost to that customer.
Okay, so of the 81, there were 3 that were financial
Correct.
hardship.
With one actual service line being replaced.
Okay, so you did 1 for free and 2 declined.
Correct. One was confirmed not to be lead, and the second one did not
Yeah.
respond to any of our requests.
Outreach. Okay. Thank you. I think I'm clear. And I'm sure you've answered this question before, but can you please remind me how the 81 were identified?
Sure. So we started with a list of either confirmed lead services or where we expected that there would be a portion of lead service lines. It was a little bit of an iterative process. So we started with looking at customer where both sides were assumed to be lead. And then we looked at lead on the customer side and unknown on the utility side. And then we looked at, and then our third level there was lead on the customer side and known copper on the utility side. So we looked, we prioritized that way. We looked to spread it out over our 4 regions. There really was nothing. We really dug in our eastern region to identify areas, and there was nothing. There were no services that were part of the program in eastern. Nothing was assumed to be lead. So it was between our northern, our shoreline, and our western regions that we had selected a representative sampling.
Okay.
The addition, so we sent 70 letters, 60 were required, so we sent an additional 10 there. The additional 11 to make it 81. There were a couple services on on a street that we were doing a WICA project. And so we knew that there were a couple that were likely lead on that street. So given that we were going out and doing a entire water main replacement, we decided to offer the program to those 11 on that street as well.
Thank you. And when you say a representative sample, you mean like a representative sample geographically?
Correct.
Okay, so was there any intention in selecting the representative sample to get a certain percentage that would qualify as limited income?
We looked at those first. We picked the low income first off the top. There were only those two where we thought that those services would be led and they were part of that financial assistance program.
Okay, but you didn't, or maybe there's not a way to do the inverse where, I mean, I know you have more than two limited income consumers. So, is there some kind of coding or search that you can do in your system where you can do a reverse search to match the limited income customers that have suspected lead service lines? Does that make sense?
I don't know off the top of my head for sure, but I would assume that there is a way to do that. We did not do that as part of this pilot program. We just looked overall at the system, at those that we suspected would be lead. And from there, we looked at, you know, who was involved in a financial assistance program to include them at the top of the list.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, I have no idea which panel this is most appropriate for, but since we're here, late file exhibit 13, I think you're the witness on. Please. It's the delegation of authority document. I think I have a basic question. The top of that document says that it was adopted October 19th, 2019, if I remember correct. I couldn't find, which is not to say it's not there, but I couldn't find a reference to when that expires. Or alternatively needs to be readopted.
Thank you. We wanted to make sure we get the right answer. So our collective understanding is that it does not expire, but that it would be replaced upon a future change of control.
Okay, and that prompts the question in my mind of for it to be replaced, when you use the word change of control, are you using that in the in like the legal sense, referring to a change of control proceeding that happens under General Statutes 1643? Yeah, Title 16. It might be 47, but okay.
I'm assuming the same as you, that a change of control would be a proceeding before PURA. Yes.
Okay.
I think the only other consideration is if there was some other change to the document that was ordered, again, by the authority, that would be the only other time that it would be changed.
Okay. Otherwise, it's good in perpetuity.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think those are my questions for this panel. Thank you very much. Attorney Bogan, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
I do not, Chairman. We have no questions.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to our next panel on plant additions, rate base, and capital program. And I'll ask authority staff to please approach. And Attorney Bogan, any further late file exhibits to be adopted at this time? I don't think we were, yeah, okay.
No, Chairman July.
Thank you. Very good. We'll see how much of this we can get done before the lunch break. So Ms. Jewell, please.
Good morning, Maria Shaw, Pura staff. I would like to refer you to late file 21, Exhibit 1, 2021 editions water. And we'll be talking about service line, a service renewal. So those are lines between 260 and 493. And my question is, would you describe what service renewal includes? What is included in service renewal?
My understanding is these are replacement of the company side services as a result of leak failure, or other requirement.
Okay, and you have many of them. Are also WICA projects with service line replacement included here? This is between lines 260 and 493.
This would not include WICA projects. WICA service replacements would be part of the WICA project.
Okay, but when we go at the beginning of line 260, and I don't remember what you have negative numbers here. What are they representing? There is from 260 going down, and those are all negative numbers.
Yeah, generally speaking, the negatives are going to reflect what we talked about during the evidentiary hearings of the unitization process that occurs on the company's books. It's really just accounting entries that reflect a certain period after the project is marked complete. Essentially, it comes out of its placeholder position and it's redistributed to the proper accounts. So I'd classify it as an accounting entry. A lot of these negatives, you're going to see a corresponding positive, and a lot of them will zero out in a particular period.
Okay, so there are no WICA service line replacements.
That's correct.
Okay, now going to hydrants replacements. This is line 804 to 886. The same questions regarding hydrants replacement. you replace Connecticut Water some hydrants during WICA process. Is this correct? And that the cost is included in the WICA cost.
If it's a replacement of an existing hydrant as part of a WICA project, that cost is covered by the WICA project.
Okay. And in this file, are there WICA hydrants replaced, included in this file?
No, all of these hydrants are outside of WICA projects, identified through inspection or other means to identify it as efficient hydrant that required replacement.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to line 996 and 2003. And this is East Main Street, Arville design.
Yes,
Okay. Are these projects, there are two projects, correct? Project 337 and 338, that's what they called.
yes, that's correct.
Are they 100% complete?
Yes,
Do they serve Connecticut Water customers right now?
yes.
So looking at those projects, 996 to through 1003, the description says that they are on this, those projects are in the design phase. So is the design complete or is whole project complete?
The whole project is complete.
Why then there is a description design?
I think what we're seeing here is the beginning of a WICA project where there is not a place to record that initially is being shown here, and I think we'd see transfers out to the proper WICA job subsequently.
All right, okay. Let's go to the lines 1315 through 1318. That's Egypt Road Treatment Facility. What is included in the improvements of this project is 1315 to 1318.
This is one of those design projects we spoke about during the evidentiary hearing. So this is purely a completed design set of documents that is being used for SRF application purposes for future construction funding.
Thank you so much. Next one is line 1377, that's patty line tank design. Is this tank replaced or
Yep.
is in the design phase now?
The tank is fully complete. That title represents the full project from design through replacement.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to Exhibit 4, that's Addition Water 2022. And we will start with lines 1024 to 1028. There are like 4 projects. Are they in the design phase?
This budget item is a place where we generally will open work orders for a design that's going to or for a future design that has not been open in our system yet. So and then when that project was initiated, the cost captured here would be transferred out to that appropriate project. So the first two entries you see there are examples of that, with the -$1 showing that that would represent transfers or a remaining balance there to projects like the Guilford Well building design that got transferred over to the Guilford Well design, which is addressed separately on the list. So these are all preliminary efforts with the intent that they will all be transferred over to the appropriate budget item for recovery.
Thank you. Line 1098, Envo tank and booster design. 1098. So this tank, or differently, is this tank in the design and permitting phase?
This project is a completed design project. It's in construction now, but we have submitted that as one of the design projects.
Thank you so much. And now lines 1241 to 1244 is again Egypt Road Treatment Facility. And then is, okay, let's talk first about Egypt Road Treatment Facility. Is this project in the design phase now?
The budget item we're looking at here, the title is a little misleading because our initial concept had been a replacement treatment facility or a new treatment facility. I'm sorry, let me start over. This is that same project we've already talked about, the design project for Egypt Road. So the status on this is a finished design that's in the SRF project. This is one of the design projects I think we listed out specifically in late file exhibit 30 and 33 as
We'll be talking about
the designs. Yep.
Why total is 0 for this Egypt Road Treatment Facility? Would you educate me a little bit?
I think that goes to some of the unitization that Mr. Dixon was talking about. You can see those two negative entries on line 1241 and 1242 for electrical pump equipment and treatment equipment was, those were deducted and added to structures and improvements. So I think that's getting it to the right utility plant account without any change in the dollar amount.
Okay. Next one is Gallop Well 1D and C. Is this project still in the design phase?
This project has a completed design that's also in the SRF application process for funding support for the construction phase.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Edgewater Estates Water Treatment Plant, line 1394. Through 1400. Is this project still in the design phase?
This project is complete. This is the Laurel Ridge filter upgrades. This is the one I started to talk about before mistakenly, where the concept changed from a new replacement or a new standalone treatment facility to upgrades to the existing Laurel Ridge facility, and that project is fully complete.
According to response to interrogatory RRU 93 and 471, this project will be complete on February 15, 2024. Is this correct?
That is a separate effort. That's a metering building on the Edgewater property for conveying supply from new wells to the treatment facility. This portion of that budget item is fully complete. This is the filter modifications and the treatment modifications, not the metering building. It was the metering building that was identified as a target February 2024 completion.
So filter replacement is done, correct?
Correct.
Lines 1425 to 1426, Williams residuals. So it seems like this project, there is study done and analysis. Is this project complete?
The
Oh.
Williams residual project is fully complete. That was the drying bed and equalization tank project. That's fully complete.
How customers benefit from this project as of right now?
The subsequent construction project is fully complete. We're looking at the 2022 table here. So in 2023, both the equalization tank and the drying beds were placed in service. So we're now able to recycle flow to the head of the plant and handle residuals in a compliant, more efficient manner than we had been with the old lagoon configuration.
All right, before we go further with this list, would you please go to late file 22 exhibit 1, page 29 through 34. And this is about Williams residuals.
All right, I'm there.
Okay, so now on page 31, there is application date 9/20/2023. And on page 34 is also application date is 12/22/23. And in these two applications, there are some items highlighted in yellow on both applications. Would you tell me what this highlighting represents?
We're trying to bring attention to the two phases of this project or two elements of the project. The equalization tank portion of the project was completed first. And as documentation of that completion, we're highlighting the fact that it was 100%, it was evaluated as 100% complete and paid as 100% complete on that pay application. So the first one shows the equalization tank elements highlighted. The second one has the elements associated with the drying beds highlighted, which at that point were then 100% complete, and that portion of the job went in service.
Okay, so what about on the page 34? Item number 1.10, 16 inches overflow. Is this overflow done?
Yes, it is.
And drainage and pumps?
Yes, it is. Probably the easiest way to evaluate that is in column G. It shows a percent complete on those, and those percentages apply to all the items. So the reason we highlighted just a subset of these was they were very specifically related to the drying bed portion of the project. And we were just trying to provide documentation that that phase of the project was complete instead of leaving that vague with just the full list. We're just drawing attention to the elements associated with the drying beds.
Okay, so what about item number 1.25, restoration? Is completed on 26.3%?
That portion of the project is not fully complete. That'll be in the springtime. There'll be some additional restoration work at the site.
What is included in the restoration?
That'll be final planting, addressing any damage from rainfall through the winter here. I think there may be some fencing also installed at that time. It does not impact the function of the drying beds.
And do you have contaminated soil over there too? Is item number 2.
We carried a bid price for contaminated soil removal, but we did not need to utilize that.
And there is additional rock excavation. This is done in 81.5%. That's item number C.
Correct. And that 81.5% is in relation to our schedule of values, which was based on an estimate. These last few budget items, the budget, in order for the contractor to effectively price the work or to carry the right price in their bid, we provide an estimated quantity that they can apply. In this case, it turned out the actual rock excavation was below the estimate of 425 cubic yards. So on the form, it shows as 81% complete because 81% of that budget item was utilized, but the work itself is 100% complete.
Hey, what about the electric work, aluminum walkway / electric work? You have schedule value for $29,012.
I don't know off the top of my head. That looks likely to be a final change order item that has not been completed.
Thank you. Now I would like you to go to Exhibit 6 of late file 21, January through September 30, 2023.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
That's Exhibit 6. Late file 21, Exhibit 6. And it is from January to September 9
Okay, thank you.
to September 30, 2023. Line 125, that's anvil tank and booster. And this tank is complete just 10%, correct? And it's supposed to be completed like 15% by the 12/31/2023. So is this correct?
That's correct. This is in the early construction phase.
All right. On line 215, there is Wi-Fi in Maine recorded. And I believe during our previous hearings, there was a question about this main Wi-Fi reported here. Is this an error?
I don't think it's an error. I think it's just presenting the full picture on how these expenses are incurred and then allocated. So on this specific line 215, you notice the actual cost is negative $77. And Mr. Danner or others can speak to this better than I can, but I think the cost is incurred by Connecticut Water for the purchase of that equipment and then allocated to Maine as the recipient of that equipment, which would net out to zero for Connecticut.
On line 168, Connecticut Water purchased meters for 803, almost 3,000, and then for another over $12,000. So it would be subject to check $845,000. So this is from January through September of 2023. How many meters per year Connecticut Water is replacing on average?
So on a straight average, we're just talking here, it's probably on the order of 7,000 meters per year, but we need to bear in mind also we're in that catch-up mode where we weren't able to do those replacements during COVID, which might skew that average figure for the years we're looking at here.
Okay, thank you. And you are, you purchased meters. This was on January 27, 2023. For each meter cost $73.50. Is the cost still current, or the cost went up or down for those meters? This is the $73.50 I found in late file 22 Exhibit 1 on page 133, just for records.
I believe the meter cost has gone up a little bit. I don't have the exact figures. We were also looking at the existing meters as well as an additional type of meters also where there was a cost difference there in trying out those upgraded meters in anticipation for later on the AMI project potentially. So I can look and try to get an exact number for you if you'd like.
Actually, my point is Connecticut Water is requesting over $1 million for meter purchase for year 2023. If we take even $100 per meter, is 7,000 meters replaced per year. It's simple math, $700,000. Why are you asking so much more?
I think a lot of that is because we needed to make up from those COVID years. So that is, would cover a lot of that additional cost there as well.
In addition, they're different sizes of meters too. They're not all necessarily the 5/8 meter. There are larger meters in there as well.
But most of them are 5/8, 1 inch, and 7 inch meters, most of them, correct?
Correct. And one other thing I would like to add is there was, in 2023, we did struggle with supply chain issues on the meter side as well. So I know we proactively were looking at meter purchases to ensure that we had enough meters to meet our requirements.
So are you storing meters in your shop somewhere?
That was provided as part of another interrogatory. Overall, we don't inventory meters. Once they're purchased, they are put into service. So we don't have an inventory for that. I
Okay,
apologize.
thank you. In Exhibit 7 of late file 21, October through December. On line 156. The company is requesting $524,688 for lead copper rule revision, phase 1. My question is how Connecticut, how your customers are benefiting from this lead copper rule revision as of right now?
I think part of that has to do with the inventory that we have collected. We've also we have put that into a GIS dashboard. So we have a tool that we're utilizing. That is something that when as we talked about earlier, when our field service representatives or go out to customers, they can see where where the knowns are and where those unknowns are, and ensure that we have, that we collect that information for the future phases of that. So that is benefiting, just in terms of, that's in terms of the cost, future costs for the project, potentially not having to dig and excavate, making sure that we have all of the information that we need there. That was also involved in that project is a sampling dashboard. So we're utilizing that to help us with our sample collection, our outreach and notification to customers. And additionally, you know, it helps with that planning phase for the future and larger project. I think a big benefit to the customers associated with all of this is looking to keep the costs down as we move forward, and provide those tools to our field service representatives, our sample collectors, to ensure that we're meeting all of our regulatory requirements and compliance, as well as planning for the future to meet the new lead and copper requirements.
I guess to be clear, though, there are specific tools and deliverables on this phase that are in use and benefiting customers now. There is a field maps tool that our service representatives use to record customer side material from the field that automatically loads to the database. There is an online mapping tool that allows staff to draw polygons and enter materials in areas they have personal historical experience with. We have a tool that exports results of inventory automatically into a spreadsheet for reporting purposes. And we have the dashboard that Ms. Gavrilovic mentioned that allows water quality test results to be visible. Also, the customer-facing survey was completed under this item, so there are a number of completed elements to it.
Thank you. I would like to refer you to late file 30 now. And I think OCC ask you a few questions regarding this late file 30. I am interested in the table. Projects. It's not on the screen. What means the column in service date?
That's the date the design documents or yeah, in all these cases, it's design documents became completed and were available for use. With I guess the exception would be the Reddick Weiss treatment design, which was a pilot study report that was completed with final deliverable provided.
So all these projects are in the design phase, correct?
All of these projects have completed the design phase with the exception of the 3 listed with a projected 2024 in-service date.
Okay, thank you so much. They are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bacalina. Watch your head.
Jim Bacalina, Bureau staff. My questions will focus on late file exhibit 1. Turn to, I believe it's the summary, late file exhibit 1. And the line increase plant and service, the $7.791 million is essentially the application to where the company has landed in late file exhibit 1.
That's correct, yes.
And that's derived by looking at Schedule B 1.0A, the pro forma adjustments in those columns there on the top portion of the page, which is the application, and the bottom page, which is late file exhibit 1. Yes, late file update. Is that correct? In other words, if you take the pro forma adjustment column B 1.0A, the application was 48, 48.4 million, now you have 60.3 million. Move over to the next pro forma adjustment, 12 million versus 9.9. And final adjustment is 30.8 compared to 12.8.
Yeah, it's a combination of an update of all those adjustments, but even more simplistically, just the balance of plant and service projection, but same principle, yes.
Okay. Now, concerning the 930, the balance that led to the pro forma balance of 930.23 that went up $11.8 million. I think we discussed this previously, but could you please refresh my memory on how that occurred?
It's essentially the WICA investment that was recovered as part of docket 2012-30 WIO6. Those investments that were included as additions in 2023, while they were all addressed in the context of Mr. Peeling's testimony and the documentation he provided, they were not included in the B schedule in the case. So the update is fixing that.
And, okay, thank you for that. The WICA 06 authorized plan of approximately $11.4 million. I believe you mentioned that in previous testimony, ROU 279 Exhibit 1 has individual line items on there that would match up to those particular figures. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I wasn't, maybe I was looking at this not correctly, able to go back in and reconcile that number to the adjustments that were in there. You know, we're in the late file exhibit proceeding, but possible to have the company reconcile the amounts shown as late file WICA adjustments in ROU 279 Exhibit 1 compared to what the amount is for 2012-30 WIO6.
Yes, it's going to come to a comparable total, but it's really going to depend when the project closed. So if something closed at the end of 22, it's not going to be in the number. So it won't be precise, but it's going to give you the order of magnitude of the 11 to $12 million.
Okay, great. Ask for that. I won't have any further questions, obviously.
Yeah, it's a supplement to which late file exhibit?
You want that to be just added to late file exhibit 1? Within that?
I think it'd be identification of the rows as part of late file 21. So probably a reconciliation of the late file 21 amounts.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, the issue here is the evidentiary record closes tomorrow, the close of business. I'm gathering that that's a challenge. Please.
Mr. Dixon advises that we can get that in by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. That's very good.
So just so that I'm clear, I'm sorry, is that an update to RRU 271 or LFE 21?
We wanted to do, well, I believe they're one and the same, correct? The LFE 21 is an
Yeah.
update to 279? Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Okay, so can we file it as an updated LFE 21, please? Which is an update to 279.
Yes. And just to be clear, so what I was intending to do, I want to make sure that's what you expect, is to identify the rows on that October to December tab. And basically, I'm just going to put those in the table, summarize them, and you're going to see that that's essentially the
Yeah,
$12 million.
I may have been looking at it wrong, but I couldn't get there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The pro forma plant through the midpoint of the rate year, has the company included property tax associated with that plant?
No, the property tax adjustment that was in the case essentially cut off the plan at September 30th, given that that's what future property tax rules will be based on the declaration at that point in time. So if you'll notice in late file 1, there's no adjustment to property taxes because it cut off at 9/30/23. So there's a development of a factor there that I incorporate, but it doesn't go beyond the September timeline.
Okay, thank you. One question, if I could, on the lead service line, same panel, well, same folks, same witnesses. Colleague reminded me that there are, does Connecticut Water Service still offer a line service insurance?
Yes, we do. It's our linebacker program.
Linebacker program. Would that cover something as a lead service line replacement?
It does not.
It's not, okay. I know that, are there other companies out there that offer similar protections that may be within your territory, service territory?
Generally speaking, I don't believe so. There may be one. I'm not sure if it's in our service territory or not.
Would say it's just adjacent. So for example, Regional Water has Pipe Safe. There's a home serve application, but most, if not all of them, have preclusions for lead service line replacement on identification. Most of those programs are based on leaks and the remedy of fixing leaks.
I'm sorry, did you mention that most of the general nature of those would exclude things such as replacing a lead service line?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Bakari?
Good morning, Panel. Suleiman Bakir for Progress Staff. Most of my questions are actually for Mr. Dana. Please turn to your response to late file 19, please. Okay.
If I may, Chairman Gillette, we're gonna have Mr. Danner come up and he'll have to adopt his late file exhibit submissions.
Understood, Mr. Danner. Good morning, Mr. Danner, Attorney Bogan.
Morning, Mr. Danner. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared responses to certain late file exhibit submissions in the proceeding on behalf of the company?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, corrections, additions to make to any of those late file exhibits?
No, I do not.
Is the information true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
You adopt that information as your sworn testimony in the proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And is available.
Turn to your response to late file 19.
I've got it.
Based on this narrative response, could you explain if or confirm the company expense as 1M or capitalized costs related to tank painting?
We defer the costs related to tank painting, so it's essentially a regulatory asset or deferred asset.
Okay, so those costs will not be included in the capitalized planting service, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you similarly treat costs related to carbon filter and well cleaning as
Correct.
O&M expenses that
No.
are deferred?
Those are treated the same way as the deferred tank painting costs. So they are deferred as a regulatory or deferred asset, and they're not included in the planned service amounts.
Okay, if those costs are not deferred to be amortized, those costs would have been expensed in the year they were incurred, is that correct?
Correct.
Turn to your response to Lil 531 Exhibit 1.
Thirty-one or
35 Exhibit 1.
35? Thank you. Sorry. Okay, I've got it open.
Okay. If you look at the Excel row 9 through 11, you explain why those costs related to carbon filter, tank painting, and well cleaning were included in depreciable plant and equipment?
Those are coded for US GAAP reporting purposes consistent with our overall view from a total group perspective as PP&E for financial reporting purposes, but for regulatory purposes, they're considered deferred assets or regulatory assets. So those amounts show up in deferred assets or regulatory assets in the PURA annual report.
I'm slightly confused. I thought your response to Lil 519 is stating what gaps require you guys to do to treat those costs as maintenance cost, not to be included in plant and equipment.
But with the deferral treatment, so then ASC 980 or Accounting Standards Codification 980, which covers regulatory accounting, once you receive a regulatory approval to change the nature of how you account for those costs, to remove them from expense and defer them, they are then deferred to the balance sheet. And from a regulatory perspective, they're considered regulatory assets or deferred assets. And from a determination from a financial reporting purposes, and this is solely for US GAAP reporting purposes, it was determined to include those costs in the PP&E line.
So for your plant and equipment that you reported for rate base in this proceeding, would the planting service include account 102, cost in one account 102?
No. So these three line items that you alluded to, the rows 9, 10, and 11, those are included in deferred assets or regulatory assets in our application.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, that's what I have.
Thank you. Ready to knock it?
Thank you.
Nothing from Attorney Riley either? Okay. All right, very good. Then we're gonna take our lunch break, and when we return, we'll resume with cross for this panel by the OCC, please. And we will break, let's break until 12:40. Thank you.
If you know something. Always ask me. I will. I know I have an instance. Okay, thanks.
What a treat. Treat.
You're the crack under the desk. Very hard to disguise sometimes. Nine nothing to overturn Colorado.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Where we are in the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, not him.
Oh, it's different. All right. I like that. I like that. I'm gonna jump on that bandwagon of belief. All right.
Like, how
What
did I
did I
miss
miss?
that?
I was imitating the time to show.
Yeah.
No, it's, I'm not gonna leave it.
I'm gonna go nuts with this ramp. I'm just gonna take my chair and put it up there and roll down.
You're in football once they bring up the trials, you have to explain all the columns.
What's that?
Well, I'm in trouble with global and category.
Yeah. I don't think that's gonna.
Shake you?
I don't know.
Then he leaves. Classic.
Sugar free.
So. What do you mean? What do you have to do? Yeah,
It's not just. Mostly.
Okay, we can go back on the record and we'll resume cross with the OCC, please.
Good afternoon, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I just have a very few questions. And I hope I have the right panel for these. The first question is about LFE 29, which pertains to that was the one about change orders related to the contracts, the construction contracts. I looked through, so I guess my question is specifically about LFE 29 Exhibit 1. I looked through the change orders here and I didn't see any that specifically seemed to be requesting an adjustment to the contract timeline. I was just hoping you could confirm in case I missed any.
Sorry, 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so the change orders there aren't any change orders in this package that are only for the purpose of extending contract time. What you'll find is on the cover sheet of each of these, there's often a completion date that's assigned with that change order, which would represent the revised contract period as a result of that signed change order.
Okay. Because I did see those. And if I'm looking at page 2 of that Exhibit 1. So that's an example, I think, of what you're talking about, where it says effective date, I guess, of the change would be December 30th, 2022, with a completion date of January 24th, 2023.
Correct. So the overall contract date would be revised to that January 1st, 2023, if it was before that date.
Yeah, I was confused by that though, because as I understand it, this project that this particular change order pertains to, the original contract date was actually after that January date.
In that event, that would be because the time required to complete the work of this change order was much shorter and would be completed within that original contract time.
Okay. So going along, so I guess just to confirm, this change order I'm looking at on page 2, that corresponds to project BU 01194. Is that
correct?
Okay. So what I have for the target completion date on that originally was May 19th, 2023.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And then this change order, as we just discussed, it would adjust the time required to do this paving work, which is what this change order is referencing, to January 24th, 2023. Right.
Correct. It is saying the scope of work defined in this change order is due to be complete for January 24th, 2023.
Okay. But then on page 6 of the same exhibit, it looks like that's the second change order received for this project. And the effective date of that change order is August 24th, 2023, which is 3 months after the original target completion date, right?
Correct. And what's going on here is, because you can also see there's only a 1 week or a very brief 5-week period there between the effective date and the completion date. And from that list and the scale of this change order, this is essentially catching up with a bunch of changes that had been authorized over the scope of over the execution of the project. And with those, the documentation now in hand was addressing all those changes that had been completed up to that time.
Okay. I was also confused about it says on this same page 6 of this exhibit, it says completion date, it shows September 30th, 2023, but the in-service date of this project, as reflected in RRU 6, I believe, is August 28th, 2023. Which, does that mean that these changes weren't complete, these changes were complete after the project was entered service?
Can you ask that again? Make sure I'm answering the
Sure.
question here.
Yes, I'm just I got new glasses recently and having trouble seeing small. Takes a while for my eyes to adjust, I guess. I'm looking at the actual in-service date for this project, which is in, I think it's RRU, maybe it's 86. I honestly feel like I'm at the eye doctor. The information I'm looking at as which is actually from the table that Pura staff put on the screen during the hearing. There's a table showing 6 different projects. And the in-service date for this project is listed as August 26, 2023. So it's my understanding this particular project, BU 01194, entered service in August of 2023.
That's correct.
Okay. But this change order that's for this particular project has a completion date a month after that. So I'm just trying to understand how that could be.
The overall project can be in service. That plant was used and useful and producing water that was going to the distribution system. Some of these items related to doors and fencing and some of disposal items, some of that was able to be completed after the overall facility was in service.
Okay. And then on page 28 of LFE 29 Exhibit 1, I think this is the third change order for the same project. And this has a completion date of November 30th, 2023. So that would be like 3 months after the in-service date. Is that accurate?
Correct. And again, this is related to site work, road work that didn't influence the fact the plant was operating at that time.
Okay. And then change order 4 on page 30, that was to replace well house doors and add something alt for electric door strike. Is that a similar situation?
Correct. That's related to security capability at the doors at the well station. So again, no impact on the function of the overall facility.
And change order 5 on page 32 is for an interior step over chlorine containment. So that wasn't necessary for service?
Correct. That's that was I think a $2,000 item to make it safer for operators to step over that containment berm. The platform was for better access for maintenance purposes at the generator. None of those items impact the operation or the ability to operate the plant.
Okay. And then change order 6 for the same project was on page 36 of the same exhibit. It looked like that had mechanical work for switches and valves. Was that not something that was necessary for the provision of service?
Correct. Yeah, the plant was fully operating without that in place.
Okay. My last question on this exhibit is, if you go to page 74 of the same exhibit, there's a change order for the Heritage Village lift station. And then there's, if you go to page 76, there's another kind of cover sheet. And page 78, there's another cover sheet, and page 80. And then it moves on to page 82, which is a new set of change orders. So this, I just noticed that this set of change orders doesn't have any backup documentation like all of the other change orders in the exhibit. I was just wondering why.
There would be backup documentation associated with these. It looks like just what we pulled in response to this late file. We just didn't have that full record attached to the cover sheet.
Okay. Thanks. My last question is on late file 75, which I think I asked for this late file and it wasn't, my request for the late file wasn't of the the plant panel, but I think my question about it is sort of more in the plant wheelhouse. But let me know if I should be asking a different panel. So the response to the late file, it's the question about the potentially unfinished or rescheduled or canceled projects in Vernon. And the response says that the projects were postponed at a preliminary stage. But it says because they were postponed at a preliminary stage before design work had begun, they had not been presented to the town as planned projects. I was confused by that because the reason that I had originally asked about this in the original hearing was based on comments at a public comment hearing from the Vernon Fire Administrator, where he had, I could read you the section of the transcript, but he talked about that the town had put a lot of work into preparing for these projects, and they were consulting over the past year with the company on them. So I was just confused because it's based on the response to this late file. It sounds like the company hadn't ever presented them to the town, but that doesn't seem to jive with what the fire administrator had.
I agree. I don't understand the disconnect, and that's why we've worded it this way. I am not aware of any projects that were in that level of discussion with the town. We did want to make sure we noted that we had 3 projects that internally we had planned for 2023. But the reason we did not pursue them is when we got out in the field and saw the paving was relatively new, we didn't want to tear up good paving. So if that does not sound like the same level of disruption that they're describing, so I'm not sure what projects are behind that comment, but this is what we were able to research on what the 2023 program looked like.
Okay. Have you looked at the, were you either at the hearing or have you looked at the transcript to know?
I was not at the hearing.
Okay. I'm just going to quickly try to read just a segment from the transcript of that hearing. It's on page 32 of that transcript from the hearing on November 1st, 2023 in Ellington. Daniel Wazalewski, who was the Vernon Fire Administrator, said, 2 projects that we were consulted on in the last year, we put a lot of time and effort into those going out, doing surveys and making sure that they're appropriately placed, making sure we have appropriate piping and those kinds of things. For the upgrade were canceled. Both of those we believed were important to our town and to the upkeep of our water system. And abruptly we received notice that they were canceled and weren't even given a reason for that. I was just curious if those details ring a bell at all for what he might be referencing.
None of that sounds familiar as described.
Okay.
Mr. Padla just reminds me that as we're scoping out the project in the early phases, the fire department would be one of the first town agencies we'd coordinate with as far as if they needed additional hydrants or configuration changes. So potentially that's part of what's behind that.
Okay.
But the impacts described there don't ring a bell at all.
Okay. Thank you. That was the last question from the OCC for this panel.
Thank you. Attorney Dichter? Thank you. Attorney Wright?
No question.
Thank you. Attorney Anaouiji? Thank you. Attorney Wyman? Thank you. Commissioner Karen?
No questions.
Mr. Vice Mayor? Thank you. Just a handful of questions for me, please. So Attorney Wheel is talking about late file exhibit 21. I thought I might, but I think my questions actually get back to some of the exchange you had with our staff. With late file exhibit 21, exhibit 2. We had it up on the screen earlier. There were some lines 996 to 1003, which, if I'm reading this correctly, correspond to projects 337/338. So, in the exchange with staff, I thought I understood your response, I believe it was Mr. Peeling, to be that the whole project is complete. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. Those numbers are referring to WICA projects that been completed and submitted in prior WICA filings.
Right. Okay. So that's where I think I lost my understanding. So if this is reflecting the beginning of a WICA project where there was not a place to record it initially, and your response was that we would see it transfer out to a project subsequently. Do I have that right so far?
Yes, that's what I described.
Okay, so where would we see those transfers out recorded?
This So I think there's probably two different things going on with the one that's listed as project 337 versus 338. 337, my understanding is these start out in a design phase, all the costs accumulate there, and then they go out to another asset. Here, it's very clear this is the entirety of the asset. So this one has not moved anywhere. This 715,000 is not design, it's design as well as all the final cost of the project.
Correct.
Okay, so $715,468. You're telling me even though the project is listed as East Main Street, Arville design, that there's infrastructure associated with that, or is the project itself the design? And you're saying the design is complete?
No, there's infrastructure there. That's when you see like the main as well as restoration, those different categories of cost, that signals to me that that's all in.
Okay, so does that mean that it's mislabeled in the description?
I think it's a description issue. So from an account purpose, it's still landing in the right account 343 T&D main, so it's in the right place. But from a description basis, I think that's what's misleading us. If you look at 338, now in 338, which is the next one down, you see all those negatives. So I think at 338, you see all of the design charges essentially getting removed from this project. This is an instance where I should see an asset somewhere else to reflect the pieces that have moved out. And there's a residual 1885. I'm not sure why that isn't exactly zero, but this one I would expect to see another row.
Thank you. Another row where in the exhibit? Where?
Yeah, I can see if I can actually find it here. I might have to, I can sit here and look for it. My assumption though is that this might be rolled up into the WICA rows that are, actually this is 21. It just might take me a minute to find it, but I can look while we're here and see if I can find the location for it.
Thank you. Great. Well, I have a couple more questions on meters. And I actually think it's a question based on something Ms. Gavrilo said, but let me ask the question, see if Mr. Peeling can answer. The witness said earlier that your company bought more meters to address supply chain issues, but then the follow-up was that the company does not inventory meters, that rather the meters are installed as soon as they are purchased. And I just wanted to circle back to that because I'm not sure that made sense to me.
I would say that basic premise on meter ordering is, throughout the year, we buy them through a purchase order. We request delivery on demand. So when and I think it's by month where we would identify how many meters we're going to install in the next month, and we would request the delivery of that amount of meters into our regions for access for our field staff to install.
Okay, so you don't maintain an inventory of meters on your books then? Like, so once you purchase a meter, it's treated as in service the day that it's purchased?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Are meters physically installed the day that they are delivered?
They would be installed within that time period, and I think it's a month. So the month's meters would be ordered. We would look ahead. For example, we would look ahead to March and say, okay, on March 1st, I'm going to need 400 meters delivered to the northern office. And from there, they would be disseminated to the 4 regions for access by that region staff for install per our PT schedule.
Okay, thank you. Maybe this is for a different panel, but I think where I got lost in that was in the earlier exchange was like from an accounting perspective, does that mean that the meters are being depreciated from the day they arrive in that example at the northern office?
If they're placed in service, then depreciation is effective, the date that they're placed in service.
Right, so the date that they're placed in service, is that the day they arrive at in that example at the northern facility, or the day that they're installed in the customer's pit or home?
The day that they arrive at the facility.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
The only part I'd add is, any addition in a year is depreciated just for a half year in the year of acquisition, regardless of the acquisition date. So if a meter is purchased in January, it becomes in service, but you only record a half year depreciation in that year. Similarly, if it's December 31st, you buy a meter, it gets a half year depreciation. So
Right.
understanding there could be a lag between the in-service date of the meter from the purchase, it's for the most part accounted for in the depreciation methodology that's applied to it.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Okay, I think those are all of my questions at this time. And Mr. Dixon, just to tie up the earlier question, I think I'm really just trying to understand, not even the specific line that it's accounted for in, although I'd take it if you had it, but just like, when I go back and I look at this Excel further, am I gonna find it on the same exhibit?
Trying to come up with an answer. There are a lot of timing things going on. Thank you. The unitization process that I spoke about earlier, and someone will have to correct me if I get the wrong time frame, but usually when a project is recorded as complete, it goes into service and it would be reflected in service at that point in time. It stays in that particular location on the books for a period of, is it 6 months? accumulating any additional charges that might come in. After 6 months, this unitization process occurs whereby you essentially see a credit to the project and the pieces go out to the very. So in that context, a lot of the times, if that all happens in the course of a year, let's say it all happened in 2022, you might see a design project with a whole lot of ins and outs, and it's going to net to zero. And then you'll see a corresponding entry for that asset somewhere else for the gross value. I think when it becomes challenging when it flips between years. So if that 6 months is at the beginning of a calendar year, in the first year, I'm going to see what we saw in that first design project with a bunch of costs. And then in a secondary year, we're essentially going to see a bunch of negative ins and outs that are probably going to account to zero. Because essentially we're just moving it out of one account and pushing it into, okay, it's not just mains, it covers services and hydrants. So it's reallocating it to the appropriate accounts. So I'd have to dig into any one of these examples to understand what, I'm just surmising what I think is happening based on the ins and outs that I see here.
That's really helpful. The unitization, does that occur only after the project, the infrastructure, the physical plant is in the ground, or does the unitization occur after the design phase or phase has complete?
Well after, because when the project is marked in service, the project is complete in service. I think there's a distinction with design elements. But generally speaking, if you mark it complete, that asset, whether that's a design or whether that's the construction of something, is complete. The unitization is intended to occur 6 months after to account for the fact that there may be additional charges coming onto the job. So 6 months later, it's deemed, okay, this is done. It's going to reallocate the charges to the appropriate accounts.
Okay, so 6 months after construction is complete.
Yes.
Okay. So in the 337 example, the the residual of the 1885, this, if the residual is left over, which it looks like in this case might correspond to the mains and accessories line on row 1010. Okay, column, can't see the headers, column G. So that, I guess, based on the explanation you just provided, this should have been, the unitization should have taken place for this project, but something has prevented that residual 1885 from being appropriately allocated.
The likelihood is that the majority of these costs were incurred in 2020. And that's where you see the bulk. They're reversing out, but there could be the fact that another $1,800 came into the project in 2021 before the unitization occurred. So you have a net value there associated with the costs for that particular year, even though most of the costs happened in the prior year. So the unitization won't always be zero if there were additional costs in that year.
Okay, because this is like a snapshot and then I have to go.
But it's a snapshot of a 12-month period for this one, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I think that addresses my questions. So, Attorney Buchan, do you need a minute to consider redirect?
No questions.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move into our operating and maintenance expense panel. And I think we have OCC listed first for cross-examination. Official witnesses are Mr. Danner and Mr. Dixon. And I believe both of them have adopted their pre-filed materials. Very good. Attorney Wheel, please.
Hello again, Tom Wheel from Office of Consumer Counsel. I believe Mr. Sobolewski will be coming in a moment. My first question is about late file 49. It's the question pertaining to the solar project in Rockville, but I think this is an O&M question. My understanding from that response is that the company has identified quantifiable savings from that project that would be reflected in the purchase power expense. Is that accurate? Depending on when the project is in service?
Correct. So in late file 1, it's going to be schedule C3 dot 7, and page 2 of that response, or the second tab of that, you see a few numbers highlighted in red. One of those reflects energy savings for solar projects, and we've increased the number from 74,000 to 113,946. The only commentary that's here is, it says energy savings adjusted per LFE 49, contingent upon the acceptance of the rate base value. So to the extent that rate base is accepted out to 12/24, the right matching with the expense would be to incorporate that.
Understood. So the idea there is that if the project isn't recognized as being in service via the allowed rate plan, then the efficiencies associated with the project shouldn't also be recognized in the same rate plan. Is that?
Yeah, throughout the late file model, I'm just trying to match revenue and expenses, basic matching principle, right?
Right.
So that's why, to the extent that as I went through late file 1 and made some comments, I tried to highlight everything in red and make it as clear as possible. But anything here that's highlighted in red should be a response to an interrogatory somewhere with no real additional information.
Okay. And I'm not sophisticated enough with mathematics to venture into late file 1 usually, so I didn't actually take a look at the adjustments. So that I think you may have already answered this other question, which my question was whether the entire annual expected savings are reflected in there, because it's my understanding the project's gonna plan to enter service later in the year. So I didn't know if there's gonna be a prorated.
I put the whole value in.
Okay.
Yeah, late file 1 can appear daunting when you go into it because it takes about 5 minutes to scroll from one side to the other, but essentially all that's in here are the adjustments we've identified, whether it's in interrogatories or in the hearings. And then it's an update for the plant and service from late file 21. So should be no surprises as people dive into this one, if they're daring enough to dive.
Thank you. Yeah, luckily we have people who understand numbers. I'm more of I just read things. But thank you. I'm looking at late file 12. Sort of a related response, talking about operational efficiencies. I noticed it seems like the idea is that this response identifies potential kind of tracking metrics, like potential areas where the company could in the future identify and possibly quantify efficiencies. Is that the right idea?
I think that's Mr. Peeling's intent, as we heard him before. But I think these are in the early stages of what those metrics are. But ultimately, I think there would be an effort to put some measurement to them, yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to confirm, and I'm sorry, this question might have been more appropriate for Mr. Peeling, but actually, Mr. Patla, I think I remember having a discussion, a really brief question with you on the evidentiary hearing about variable frequency drives. My question is, do you know whether there are currently variable frequency drives in service?
Is that a broad question? Are they anywhere?
Yes, any.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So are there, in the revenue requirement, are there any efficiencies associated with the savings from those variable frequency drives reflected in the purchase power expense?
So, to the extent that the power expense is predicated upon a 12 months of actual activity, to the extent that those efficiencies are achieved during that period, yes, they're built in. To the extent that there may have been, additions subsequent to that 12-month period, did we specifically adjust for them? No, but I think on an individual basis, I want to say smaller, and I think there's probably a different intent behind those beyond just the power savings.
And I think we're really speaking about the maturity level of our ability to measure those efficiencies at this point in time. Your earlier referral to the solar systems, the Rockville installation being the fourth solar installation for our company. Those are obviously much easier to identify and quantify from an efficiency savings because it's a straight swap from grid power to solar power. Where we get into the pumping systems and the facilities, it gets a little more tricky to establish what those savings might be, especially upon a straight rebuild. And I'll use as a reference the Church Street Booster Station in Southbury as one of those circumstances, because the power usage may be similar to the previous station, although we now have more efficient pumps, more efficient electrical switchgear, variable frequency drives and the like. The other electrical usage within that given facility may be different. And so it's hard to parse out just what the efficiencies are for a given facility. Whereas with solar, it's a little more linear.
Right. Thank you. I think this is my last question. Just double check. Yeah. This is really just a clarification question on late file 18. It's the one about rate case expense. So as the response says, the rate case expense from the 2012-30 rate case is being amortized over a 6-year period. So that was originally planned to be fully recovered in 2027. Is that accurate? I just assume that because the response says it's starting in August 2021 and it's a 6-year period.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the request in this case would be to, it sounds like the idea is to continue amortizing the remainder of that expense along the same trajectory, like that would be fully paid off in 2027.
It's mostly the same trajectory. I think what we're saying is we're going to take what's left of the last rate case as of July 1, and we're just going to roll it into the new case, and we're going to ask for 3 years on that cumulative balance. So I think the trajectory changes a little bit based on timing of decisions and that kind of thing, but for the most part, what was 6 years has 3 years left. We'll have 3 years going forward consistent with the current case.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to understand that. That's my last question, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Sobolewski.
Thank you. I have questions on late files 44 and 47. Looking at LFE 44, the exhibit. There looks like there's activity every year in the reserve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it seems like the reserve was increasing.
This is the offsetting amount. This is the unfunded future income tax regulatory asset offset associated with FIN 48. But yes, as illustrated on here from 19 through 2019 through 2022, it's been increasing.
Okay, the exhibit goes back until 2019. Was there activity going back to when the repair tax was adopted?
Yes, I don't have the exact date of when we first recorded FIN 48 or reserve for uncertain tax positions.
Okay,
But the beginning of the year amount is 3,230,000 as noted on the schedule.
okay. What's the length of the statute of limitations that impacts the schedule?
The statute is really to the last year that you're audited through from an IRS perspective. However, the Connecticut Water Company is currently in a NOL position or net operating loss position. So to the extent that you are currently in a net operating loss position, that net operating loss is built up over a number of years prior. So technically from an accounting perspective and taking a look at that, you're not relegated to just the open years that the IRS has not looked at because you're carrying that net operating loss balance in the last 3-year period that's open. Technically, the IRS could go back and look at those prior years as well.
I think it was $3.5 million that was released from the reserve. Does that include items that went back to or balances that went back to when you adopted the repair tax deduction?
It does not. And just to clarify your previous question, the first date that we recorded FIN 48 was the third quarter of 2013.
Okay.
That was also the year that we had put together and came up with the information related to the settlement. And I believe it was answered is it one of the interrogatories that you are asking? Yeah, I think.
I know that was.
Yeah, and late file exhibit 47. We did go back and confirm, and we looked at the amount that was included in that settlement, which is the $12,398,901, and that did not have any impacts of FIN 48. So that was a gross level amount.
Okay.
Yeah, I went back and I looked at the settlement after our discussion and during the hearings, just to look at the specific terms. And I think there's 2 ways you can usually handle something like this, right? One way would be you come up with an amount that you want to give back to customers and you reduce it and you record a liability in case there's a tax issue, right? The other way is to give the customer back 100% of the money and you put something in the settlement that says, hey, if there's a problem with taxes, we're going to file something immediately. And the latter is what we see in the settlement agreement, whereby we gave back 100%, and there was language in the settlement that said, hey, if the IRS comes back and there's an issue, the company has to file something with the department immediately. We'll establish a reg asset essentially and whatnot. But that's the approach. So essentially the FIN 48 reserve built up after the fact of that event.
Okay. How does the reserve impact your income tax expense?
It increases if you look at it by itself, it increases your income tax expense. Or said another way, it lowers the credit to income tax expense that we record related to our repair tax deduction. So it's really done in 2 steps. You recognize your repair tax deduction, which is a credit to your income tax expense. But then subsequently to that, you take a look at and you assess the reserve And for any uncertain tax positions, you book a reserve to lower that credit that you booked on the gross repair tax deduction assessment.
How does the release of the reserve amount impact your income tax expense?
The release of the reserve would be a credit to income tax expenses, so lowering your expense, or in other words, it would be an income tax benefit.
So I think what you also see in this case, you see a lower tax expense component related to FIN 48 than you saw in the prior case. So if you look at, Schedules C 324 and 25, you can see that specific component and the amount related to the continuation of the buildup of the reserve. Because we're building it up for less, but we're still building it up.
Okay. So that amount reduces the income tax expense you're requesting in this proceeding.
Yes.
Is there an attempt to reconcile that by the company going forward? Is that something, what the authority allows an expense versus what you actually pay? Is there any?
I don't know that there is generally, but we certainly looked at it in this instance whereby we saw a large reserve release. So we wanted to make sure that, was that reserve funded by customers, or was that something that was built up, by the company outside of what's included in customer rates? So we came to the conclusion that none of the income tax expense that created the reserve was ever built into base distribution rates or base rates. So that's how we determined that none of that needed to flow back to customers.
So the way your income taxes were calculated in the last rate proceeding, did they include the impact of what was going into the reserve?
The amount of income taxes, there is a component in the income taxes from the last case that directly drives up the reserve. Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
That's all from the OCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Your staff?
Good afternoon, Scott Muska on behalf of the authority. I had late filed exhibit 58, exhibit 1 pulled up because most of my questioning will relate to that. But I do want to start quickly with OCC 167 in the response to that. The company identified 4 industry associations whose membership dues are included in the test year. Is that correct?
Yes, those listed on OCC 167, correct?
And that's Connecticut Waterworks Association, Water Research Foundation, National Association of Water Companies, and the American Waterworks Association.
Yes.
And late filed exhibit 58, exhibit 1, which is shown up on the screen here. Those same 4 companies are also listed in that exhibit, which is entitled dues and subscriptions.
Yes.
And just to help me understand, so the $286,000 shown here under account 930, it's my understanding that is what's a line item in the unadjusted test year expense.
Yes, that's correct.
So in addition to those 4 companies included in this list here in LFE 58 Exhibit 1 is a line item for CBIA. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are these the dues for the company's membership in CBIA?
They are.
Okay. And what does the acronym CBIA stand for?
Yeah, Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I think that's correct. Something very close.
Okay, thank you. It's some type of business association then?
It is.
Okay. And also on that list is a line item for Alliance for Water Efficiency. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And are these the dues for the company's membership in the Alliance for Water Efficiency?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Are there other water utilities that are members of the Alliance for Water Efficiency?
I would assume, but I can't say for sure. I'm not
Okay.
too familiar with the actual activity here.
Okay, fair enough. Also, near the bottom of late filed exhibit 58 is a line item included in which is a reference to the Chamber of Commerce. Is that refer to a membership in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce?
Sorry, where's that? I lost my place.
At the very bottom, it's under other P
Oh,
card
yes.
subscriptions. There's a description that refers to Chamber of Commerce.
Those are going to be various local chambers of commerce.
So not the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or the Connecticut Chamber of Commerce?
Not the US. I don't think the Connecticut, but I'll defer to Mr. Patla if he knows.
I believe those are individual chambers of commerce that we are active members in. And as an example, the Middlesex Chamber of Commerce, Greater Waterbury Chamber of Commerce, and the like.
Okay, the local and regional ones in.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So the line items relating to dues and subscriptions, and these are the amounts that were spent in test year 2022?
Absent the effect of any accruals or whatnot, yes, they're associated with 2022.
Okay. And for the memberships that we've just been talking about, do the business associations bill the company for those membership dues?
They do.
And does each association have a membership fee schedule?
The ones I'm aware of, when we get a bill, it says annual membership, and National Association of Water Companies. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Did the company have access to the 2023 fee schedules?
We, well, we would have incurred those costs, so yes, I'm sure we would have access to those.
Okay, and how about for 2024? Does the company have access to the 2024 fee schedules?
I think for a lot of these, I don't think we see them until we get the bill.
Okay. And presumably then for 2025, you don't know what the fee schedule will be for 2025.
Correct.
And another of these line items refer to subscriptions. Are these the amounts, again, that were spent in test year 2022?
Yes.
And were the subscription costs based on contracts, negotiated fees, or fee schedules, or standard fee schedules?
I think standard fee schedule is probably appropriate for the majority of these.
Okay. And did the company have those contracts or fee schedules in place for 2023?
Looking at these, I'm not seeing any that I'm aware that we would have discontinued. So I think the answer is yes.
Okay. And do you have similar contracts or fee schedules in place for 2024 as well?
Again, in a lot of these, we're not going to know until we get that first invoice for the new subscription. Some are calendar years, some are going to be July. They're all going to have varying time periods associated with them.
So when your pay department gets an invoice, they just pay it, or do they kind of check it against a contract or an agreed upon fee schedule?
These invoices, they'll get approved by the department that's requesting either that's the membership of the dues there. So it doesn't go directly to the accounts payable department. It'll go through the appropriate department or area that is going to be attending, using the services that come from the dues, et cetera. And so there's an approval process there associated with each payment.
Okay, so they confirm that the invoice amount matches the fee schedule or the agreed upon rate.
Yeah, as Mr. Dixon was alluding to, a lot of these, there may not necessarily be a fee schedule associated with it. It could just be where the amounts are small enough, it may be an invoice. This is subject to check, but just typically an invoice here is the $2,000, for example, membership fee for 2023, or it'll denote the period. That would just be an example, but that would be in essence the schedule, really just the invoice that is received, reviewed, approved, and paid.
Okay, so for 2024, which is where we are now, either you've paid an invoice potentially, or you're expecting an invoice for 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And for 2025, I assume the same thing is the case, so you don't quite know what that invoice or that requisition is going to state.
Correct.
And do you have any guesses or projections in terms of how you budget for that?
It's typically, these are items that are just placed, I believe, in the inflationary items. So the only expectation really is for us to continue on with these and really just to experience inflationary increases on an annual basis.
Okay, so these and some of those expenses are adjusted by inflation?
Yes, this item is from the test year, is included in the appropriate C schedule. I believe it's C 320. 3.20.
Yeah. And that's the exhibit where it has a large number of expenses, then it has like the inflation adjustment.
Yes.
Okay.
Really the residual O&M, any particular O&M item that did not get a specific review or calculation have to have its own separate C schedule. These are the remaining items.
So the costs, so where there's the change going from the test year is unknown, it's essentially adjusted by inflation.
Whether it's unknown, I would put it more in the category and that it's not expected to change significantly in that. And so that's really just applied from an inflationary perspective. So those items that we knew whether it be chemicals or purchase power as an example, where there's historically more volatility, we would typically put in a separate C schedule, but there's for anything that would fall into the residual category, this would be one of them where we just applied a general inflationary increase to us. Knowing we'd also take a look and make sure that there are no planned business changes in that area that may impact that inflationary assumption.
Great, thank you. I just want to turn to lobbying. I have a few questions on lobbying. Mr. Dander, in response to OCC 167, you testified that certain industry associations engage in lobbying. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In that response, you referred to Schedule C 3.118. And that is the exhibit regarding lobbying expenses. Specifically page 2, I guess, of C-3.118.
Gonna flip over to it.
Sure, take your time.
I've got that open.
So this exhibit identifies the lobbying expenses related to the National Association of Water Companies, both the national and the NE chapter. I assume NE is New England chapter.
Yes.
And the Connecticut Water Works Association, is that correct?
Yes.
The exhibit indicates that 11% of the invoiced amounts are removed for lobbying. Why are those costs removed?
When we, I guess first, when we receive a bill from the NAWC, it's recorded entirely in dues and subscriptions. But there's a footnote or an asterisk on these bills generally that notes X% is associated with lobbying activities. So because those are booked above the line, we've reflected this adjustment to take that 11% and record that or take it out of the cost of service as lobbying expense.
And so, so it's the same for all three entities, the two chapters of the NAWC and for the CWWA.
I believe one or two of them had it and the other didn't, but we essentially used the 11% consistently across the three.
Across the three, okay. Under the assumption that the allocation of the dues to lobbying is essentially the same.
Yeah, especially when you're thinking about the NAWC, that versus the New England chapter. We sort of expect the activities to be similar.
So in terms of the 11%, is that, do the associations provide a breakdown of their, beyond the footnote and invoice in terms of their priorities and their mission and their staffing towards lobbying?
Not on the invoice, but we certainly see it as participants in those organizations. There's various communications we receive from them that highlight their activities.
Okay. I just want to focus briefly on CWWA, which refers to the Connecticut Water Works Association. Does Connecticut Water have or previously have had employees on the board of CWWA?
Yes, we do.
And who are those members?
I was previously on the board, have rotated off. Ms. Gravilovic is on the board currently. Mr. Peeling is on the board currently. And as well previously, Ms. Westbrook was a member of the board. And Mr. Hanratty is a member of the board and part of the legislative committee.
Okay. So three board members are currently Connecticut.
That's correct.
Okay. And as board members, are they generally familiar with, is Connecticut Water generally familiar with CWWA's operations?
We are.
How many employees does CWWA have?
One. I would qualify, yeah, I would qualify that as an employee.
And is that the executive director?
That is,
Okay. And I assume the board oversees the executive director?
they do.
Do you know the name of the executive director?
Elizabeth Guerra?
Is she a registered lobbyist with Connecticut?
She is.
And does she operate a lobbying firm named Connecticut Lobbying Group?
I believe that's correct.
Excuse me a second. I'm gonna make sure I'm not duplicating questions from prior testimony. In OCC 167, sorry, going back to that again. The company states that Connecticut Water is, Connecticut CWWA is a Connecticut Water Industry Association that supports legislative and regulatory efforts, water policy for the water utilities in Connecticut. It then goes on to say that the CWA provides education, customer communications, training, CEUs, and opportunities for industry engagement. Is that correct? Look at the first line of OCC 167.
I'm having troubles with connecting, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Oh.
That sounds,
That's what's stated.
that sounds right.
Yeah, fair enough. And what is it refers to a training / CEUs. What is a CEU?
It's a continuing education credit that many of our licensed operators need to maintain to maintain their licensure.
So it's kind of formally tracked and allocated, and they have to like report to a licensing body or.
They do, Department of Health.
How many CEUs did CWA provide for Connecticut Water in 2022?
I don't know that. It would have been in the form of their annual joint meeting with AWWA Connecticut section. And it's there are CEUs ascribed to each of the components of that meeting as meeting the Department of Health's definition of eligibility for consideration for those CEUs. So that operators can attend those seminars and gain accreditation towards their whatever their license dictates they need in between recertifications.
And you mentioned that's conducted in association. I'm sorry, that the American Water Work Association. Did I get that correctly?
That's correct.
And they hold joint annual meetings.
They do.
I just want to touch quickly upon some economic development expenses, OCC 170. The response identifies some relatively small economic development expenses for the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, otherwise known as COST, and various dues for chambers of commerce. I was trying to figure out how this money showed up in the Schedule C3 to see how economic development expenses were incorporated into the rate year.
Yeah, the majority of those listed here are going to be built into what you were looking at, I believe on OCC 167 previously. There was that bottom line that listed P-card charges, and it said to the effect of chambers of commerce. That's where the majority of those, I don't want to say majority, I think that's where all of those are in that particular line item. Because I think a lot of times those are just paid with a credit card fee.
Okay, yep, understood. And for the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, do you know who the executive director for cost is?
That's as well Elizabeth Guerra.
So what portion of the funding for cost is directly or indirectly associated with lobbying or legislative action?
I don't know that we have an ascribed percentage like we would with NAWC. Our involvement with cost has really less to do with the lobbying associated with cost. Most of the lobbying associated with cost pertains to legislation that would deal with small town activity. Our involvement with cost is basically as a partner with small towns, and through that partnership, our involvement with their council it truly is just as a stakeholder there, and as a contributing member of those small towns, as their water utility.
So the support that Connecticut Water provides is essentially earmarked away from lobbying?
Yeah, I don't know that it's earmarked, but that's where we ascribe the value, I believe, is apart from the lobbying activities.
I just want to quickly go back to, again, LFE 58 Exhibit 1. And there is, as we discussed earlier, a line item for the Alliance for Water Efficiency. And what portion of funding provided by the company to the Alliance is directly or indirectly associated with lobbying or legislative action?
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you for your time.
Anything further? Attorney Dichter.
Good afternoon. Joel Dichter for Heritage Village Master Association. This should take about 1 minute. With regard to late file exhibit 39, which is purchased water, a couple of questions. One, when I was talking Petla earlier, there's a water source that comes into Heritage Village from Middlebury, which is a company operating company. And I was wondering, how is that treated from an accounting perspective? Is there any, since it's a intercompany transaction, is there anything Anything booked as to that water that's supplied? Maybe it will take 2 minutes.
Describe what we. So I think essentially we operate that system, but the transaction of that water coming into the system is still an arm's length transaction. It's not a transaction with ourselves. We are just the operators of that system.
It's also used to identify what we need to pay contractually to the town of Middlebury for a wheeling fee for utilizing their facilities for the movement of the transmission of that water through that system to the heritage system.
If that's the case, why is it not shown on Life File Exhibit 39 as a purchase water transaction?
It's not by definition a purchase water item.
Okay. Do you know how, is it charged on a cost basis? Is there a rate applied to supplying that water?
Yeah, I'm told that it's actually reflected in the miscellaneous smaller contracts bucket, that last line item there.
Okay. Is it possible to break that out? Have a work paper for it?
We can certainly itemize it out. I'm trying to, there were a bunch of invoices provided in response to one of these late files, and I can't recall if those invoices were in there.
I don't recall seeing it in there, but that doesn't mean I might not have missed it.
I'm told it's in the invoice file.
Okay. Which was, can you remind me which?
Yep. Taking a little bit to open, I apologize.
While you're looking, I'll ask another question. When I was going through this, the materials prepared for today, I saw a reference to the fact that there was an interconnection between Heritage Village and Aquarian. At least there was at some point in time. Do you know, does that still exist?
It does still exist in Oxford.
But it's not used, is that correct?
I am not sure.
Late file 40 has the purchase water invoices for 22 and 23.
What was that number again? Sorry.
40.
Thank you. One more question. As far as purchase water is concerned, were any adjustments made to purchase water due to non-revenue water exceeding 15% in any division?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Wright? Attorney Anaouiji? Attorney Wyman? No questions? Commissioner Karen? Okay. My first questions are on late file exhibit 45, please. And specifically, the exhibit that goes with late file exhibit 45, delineated charges not specific to Connecticut operations. My question is, are the costs identified in exhibit 1 backed out of the test year and pro forma, or are they included?
They are included, but I think we would agree they should not be.
Okay, is that change reflected in late file exhibit 1?
I knew I'd miss one.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next question on LFE 52, please. Mr. Dixon, I think this is also for you. My first question is, I want to make sure I'm reading this exhibit correctly. Is the correct way to interpret this that, so in column D, I have the residual O&M expense from this docket, and in column E, I have it from the last rate case, 2012-30. And I see column F is reflecting the change between the two. Is the correct way to interpret this data that, like, let's go with line number, it's labeled as line number 4, purchase water. Actually, sorry, the better example for my question is line number 2, where there is no adjustment reflected in D, but there is an adjustment reflected in E. Is the correct way to interpret this that the company opted not to apply an inflation adjustment to operations supervision and engineering in this case?
No, I think the interpretation is there is no dollars associated with that. So essentially what's in column D is going to be everything in operating and maintenance expense except those things we adjusted. So we haven't specifically removed anything from column D. I think in this instance, what you're seeing is, really the rows 2 and 3 of the prior case are likely the same as row 3 of this case. But we haven't specifically eliminated anything from the request.
Okay, because I guess the other interpretation would be not necessarily that you eliminated it, but more that you applied a known adjustment rather than an inflation adjustment.
Yeah, and the biggest example there that happens, there are likely a lot of scenarios of that. The most obvious one, I think, is called out in the cover letter, is the power adjustment, right?
Right.
That's, row 16, line number 16. Clearly we had significant amount of purchase power in the last, in this case. The fact that it's 0 simply reflects that we have a specific purchase power adjustment. 3 years ago, we were locked under a multi-year contract, so there was no need to do an adjustment. So it essentially fell into the unadjusted piece.
Okay, thank you. So in line number 6, labeled rents, and then I think there's another line 39 rents, line 28 rents. There might be one I'm missing, line 68. Rents, and this may be because I still am not entirely sure how I'm supposed to be reading this. Is rents not something that should be in an unadjusted, accounted for in an unadjusted amount because a rent is known and measurable? Like this, am I reading this to say that you applied an inflation adjustment to rents?
We did.
Okay. Why, please?
I think the exercise, first and foremost, for the adjusted items is we're looking for those things that are very specific and known and measurable. We know what those are going to be. And generally they're, I'll say, the larger value items as well. The reality is if we dug into I think there's a handful of places where we pay rent. If we dug into those contracts, would we likely find an escalation clause in there? We might. But I think due to the fact that it's not hitting our radar as a significant increase year over year, and the overall value of it, we've left it in the unadjusted category.
Is there a threshold, when you say hit your radar, is there a threshold for like either the percentage change from the last rate case or a percentage change year over year that causes you to further investigate?
I think, I don't think there's a dollar threshold. I think there's a certain set of accounts that are always adjusted. You're always going to see a labor adjustment. You're always going to see, purchase water. A lot of these are pretty standard. Then what happens over the course of a year is, we're flagging things through, variance reporting with our O&M council that we have, things that are, going up at rates higher than expected or that are causing financial impact. So we're flagging things over time that we say, okay, if we get to a rate case, this is the kind of thing where we need to make sure there's a specific adjustment because something's going on here. There's also just a general scrub of accounts where, we're looking for things that stand out as non-recurring items. That's a big one. We want to make sure if there's something that's either not going to occur going forward, we flag those, or we try to identify things that, hey, we don't have anything in the test year, but we know there's something coming. But in terms of, am I looking at, every expense over $10,000, am I evaluating that? It's not that granular.
Okay, and in that response, did I hear you say O&M council?
We have a group that reviews operating and maintenance expense from an accounting and variance perspective on a monthly basis. Mr. Danner leads that council. He can speak to it.
Mr. Danner, how many people are on that council in titles, please?
I have to count from my email invites there. About 20. It's made up of our business unit leaders and managers. To the extent that we designate a certain area business unit, we have the leaders of that area, really those persons that are responsible for the cost for that area, pump stations as an example. And we typically also have the associated supervisor of that leader, or typically the VP of the area as well, so to make sure that we've got that the person, the boots on the ground, if you will, as well as the supervisor. But it covers all non-labor areas from an O&M perspective for the entire company.
Thank you. And in that council, are the business leaders responsible for reporting variances plus or minus a certain percentage or dollar amount?
By account number, yes, they are, and it's an account number, and we do an actual versus budget review on a monthly basis. And because some areas are smaller, typically about $5,000, $5,000 to $10,000. Typically it escalates because we're doing it on a year-to-date basis. So Q1 it might be smaller and then escalate up, but it's somewhat of a smaller threshold just because one business unit may not look at anything because their expenses may be a bit lower.
Okay, so it's all variances or was it?
There's a threshold of about at least
$5,000.
$5,000 by general ledger account line item.
Thank you. Okay. And back to late file exhibit 52. There's a couple of line items labeled miscellaneous expenses, I think such as account number 626. There's also miscellaneous expense 603. Is the difference between the miscellaneous expense accounts, is the way to read this, a miscellaneous expense in 626 has to be a miscellaneous expense associated with pumping versus a miscellaneous expense associated with total source of supply from account 603?
Yeah, that's the intent, is to group our expenses by sort of those functional areas, source supply, pumping, treatment, T&D, and then sort of a general admin for everything else.
Okay, so the one that caught my attention was miscellaneous expense account 603. It has a 219,310 increase from the last rate case. Can you give me an example of like what's a miscellaneous expense in account 603? What I'm driving at is what that's the biggest differentiation between the two rate cases is attributable to a miscellaneous expense account.
We're attempting to get some detail while we sit here, but it may take a moment.
Sure, I can come back, or we can mark that read in V. Specifically, just looking for an example of a miscellaneous expense, particularly one that that was the driver for the change, please.
Okay.
Okay, late file exhibits 57, please. I have misplaced. Where is it? Okay, it's about training. Just a basic question, why was this line item inflated versus I'm sorry, the better way to describe that is, why was the decision made to apply the inflation factor to the training expenses rather than a known and measurable adjustment?
I think these are ones that are going to be more, we know the value of them as we incur them, as opposed to knowing, okay, our rate year starts July 1. Chances are we don't have anything that points to what the specific amounts for these expenses are going to be. So because it's not known and measurable for that specific item, we apply the inflation adjustment.
Okay, I think we had a discussion during the evidentiary hearings about like whether there was a curriculum or something of that nature for new employees or continuing employees. And in this late file exhibit, I see that you've broken down the cost of training to non-discretionary versus discretionary, with discretionary being the smaller percentage. I think the piece that's missing in my mind is for the types of trainings that are deemed discretionary, like why is it not known what trainings you'll be pursuing in a year if there is some kind of curriculum or schedule of opportunities that you want new and continuing employees to take up? Is that an incorrect characterization?
I think in general, we're going to know what those programs are, but we're not going to know the specific costs of those. If we're doing the same programs today as we are doing a year from now, I don't know what those costs are going to be a year from now. So I take the cost today and I assume that they're going to inflate by some inflationary factor.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my questions, so we can come back to the read-in. I'm sorry, 1 second here. Yep, those are my questions. So Attorney Bogan, with the exception of needing to respond to my read-in at some point, do you want to consider redirect?
I do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dixon, you recall that Attorney Wheel asked you a couple of questions regarding late file 1,
Yes.
and I think he characterized it as, or himself as not being sophisticated enough to understand it. And that's not a criticism. I don't know that I do either. And in response, you said late file 1 can be daunting. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I pointed to the complexity of it, but what I wanted to clarify though is that I'm very cautious when I approach late file 1, because late file 1 can quickly turn into presenting a new rate case. And I want to be very clear here that what's presented in late file 1, there should not be surprises. When we think about the drivers of what's in late file 1, 3 factors: rate-based movement. We've talked about the plant adjustments, and we've had specific interrogatories along the way that have updated plant as September 30th became actuals, 12/31/23 became actuals, 2024 became more evident. So we've had a clear path in terms of what those numbers are becoming. From an expense perspective, we've identified certain things by interrogatory along the way. And then finally, from a cost of capital perspective, we referenced the fact that we would be updating our debt cost along the way. So everything that's incorporated into late file 1 is pretty much on record. There's nothing new presented there. It's just a culmination of things. So while the Excel workbook can be tough to open and there's a lot of tabs, we're not presenting any new information than what we've already sort of been through the course of discovery.
You answered my other question. Nothing further.
Thank you.
We did have, in terms of the read-in, so Mr. Bannon behind me was able to pull up some of the detail from, at least from the 2022 test year, just to give a flavor of a couple of the larger categories of expenses in there. There is a category in there for mowing and plowing that is $221,000. So it doesn't necessarily fit into the categories of, you know, certain source supply expenses, but it certainly goes along with, you know, the land and the properties we own and the maintenance of that property. So that's why it's falling into like a miscellaneous bucket. Now, what we'd have to do is we'd have to go back and look, of course, at the last year, test year, to compare that to. But that's at least a sense of, you know, why is something so large being miscellaneous?
Thank you. Okay. All right. Very good. Then I would excuse this witness panel, except for Mr. Dixon, and call up the IT, employee compensation and benefits, staffing levels, and succession planning council and witnesses, excuse me. And Pura staff will be first up to cross-examine, please. Okay, I'll remind the witnesses you remain under oath, please, and Attorney Bogan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Longfellow. I'll start with you, Ms. Johnson. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared responses to certain late file exhibits submitted on behalf of the company?
I did.
Ms. Longfellow, same question.
I did.
And Ms. Longfellow, do you have any corrections or additions to make to the responses that you oversaw or prepared?
I do not.
And Ms. Johnson,
I do not.
is the information, Ms. Johnson, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Ms. Longfellow?
It is.
Do you adopt that as your testimony, Ms. Longfellow?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Johnson?
I do.
Witnesses are available.
Thank you. Mr. Graylish, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon to the panel. I just have this will be brief. I just have a couple of what I would call clarifying questions, and unfortunately it does refer to late file 1. I'm looking specifically at Schedule C 3.2. Okay, you there? All right. So I just want to clarify, with the exception of the Director of ESG, currently all these positions are filled. They're no longer vacant.
That is correct.
Okay. Were these roles filled at the time of our last discussion on January 25th?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So would it be possible to point out to any support provided by the company as part of evidence or discussion that occurred that discusses the hiring dates for these individuals. The reason I asked is I went back and kind of looked at the discussion we had last time, and there seemed to be only one that was actually mentioned that it had been hired, which was the treasury manager. And then the FP&A manager was noted on the support to be hired, but we didn't seem to have a discussion that those roles were filled. My impression was that they were not during the last exchange we had. So if you could point me to anything in the record that would indicate that these individuals are officially on board and hired, that'd be very